Can't kill.
That's a good
That's a
sign.
good. That's good. Oh, my God.
Is the mic on? Just for information, I'm sorry for the slight delay. We had a meeting in Savannah today with the Joint Development Authority, and one of our commissioners should be about 2 minutes, so we're trying to wait on him, but I apologize for the delay. Usually we try to start right on time, but we'll start in just a minute. I'll tell you what, in the sake of time, Lee, do you think we ought to go ahead and call to order, go through our consent agenda, those things? And 'cause we got a quorum. Let's just go ahead and do that. All right, everybody good with that? Jamie will be here in just a minute. We're going to call to order the Effingham County Board of Commissioners regular meeting this July 19th, 2022, and it is 5:06 p.m. We'll have a roll call. Mr. Floyd?
Here.
Mr. Burdette?
Here.
Corbett's here. Mr. Deloach? He'll be in a jiffy, and I'll note that when he comes in. Mr. Loper?
Here.
And Mr. Kiefer.
Here.
With that, I ask everyone if you please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. And we'll show that Mr. Deloach is also present. Gracious Father, we are so thankful to be here amongst our friends and these leaders in the community, both those in front of us and those on this bench. We thank you that you are the El Shaddai, the God Almighty, who gives wisdom, and that's what we seek tonight. Your wisdom and discernment as we seek what is best in the decisions that we make for our constituents, our friends, and our families, for our community. So we ask for this wisdom now in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I did share, Mr. Loach, that you were at a very important meeting with us, and that's why you were coming just a little behind us. We have our agenda before us, and received another agenda when it got here, so I'm assuming there's some additions and corrections. You want to go over those?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and board members, there is one addition to the agenda at this time. Item number 2022-415, it's under consent. This would be item number 10, consideration to approve to renew a consulting services agreement with Evanson Consulting Group. Additionally, Mr. Chairman, we'd like to make note, the items listed under unfinished business for backwater expeditions, those items will be heard at 6 p.m. during this planning board presentations.
Okay, 6 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that how they were advertised? Is that why?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We got to comply with that. So we moved an item to under the consent agenda is what we did. We didn't add any items.
We are adding number 10.
Look, I've said about 22.
No, I just gave you the title of the item.
Oh, okay. I got you, 2022.
That's number 10 under consent.
All right.
That's
We have
being
an
added.
agenda with one addition. It's item number 10 on the consent agenda, and then we have the item of old business, unfinished business 1 and 2 being moved to 6 o'clock. With those two amendments and corrections, to have a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Make a motion to approve the agenda with the noted changes.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Loper to approve the agenda with the noted changes. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it is approved. We have our minutes to approve. The June 21st, 22 regular commission meeting minutes. Are there any noted corrections or additions to those minutes? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second Mr. Floyd to approve the minutes as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. They are approved. Welcome to the public. Got a good crowd tonight. It's always good to see our constituents turn out for these meetings. Comments should be to agenda items only. And if you keep those comments to 2 or 3 minutes, that would be helpful so everyone has a chance to speak that wants to speak. If you speak, please don't speak from your bench. We record this to get a good record of what's going on. So if you come to the microphone, state your name clearly so that our clerk can get that on the record, and then share any comment or concern or interest that you have with the board. That will be great. All the correspondence for this meeting, all the documents are on our website in our clerk's office, and hope you had a chance to review that and are well prepared to participate at the appropriate time. With that, we're going to have a motion on our consent agenda in just a minute. It is lengthy, so I'm going to read the 10 items on our consent agenda, and then we'll receive a motion to approve. Item number 1 on the consent agenda, this is 2022-359 addendum. Consideration to approve the Save Anticipated Collection addendum from non-federal sources with the Department of Homeland Security and U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. Item number 2 under the consent agenda. Consideration to approve to renew the intergovernmental agreement for school resource officers between the Effingham County School District, Effingham County Board of Commission, and the Effingham County Sheriff's Office for the fiscal year 23. Item number 3 on the consent agenda, consideration to approve the intergovernmental agreement by and between the Georgia Department of Corrections and Effingham County Prison for paper-based GED testing. Item number 4 on the consent agenda, consideration to approve an agreement with GMAS Incorporated for the maintenance of rural land schedules and methodology for 2023 and 2025, or 2023 through 2025. Item number 5, consideration to approve a rate increase to the solid waste collection and recycling service agreement with Atlantic Waste Incorporated. Item number 6, consideration to approve award of agreement 22-006 with United Maintenance Incorporated, United Boiler LLC for the replacement of the jail boiler. Item number 7 on the consent agenda, consideration to approve an agreement with the Georgia Department of Agriculture and award a dog and cat sterilization grant. Item number 8, consideration to approve a memorandum of understanding between Savannah State University and Effingham County Prison to allow for an internship program. Item number 9 on the consent agenda, consideration to approve a memorandum of understanding between the Board of Regents and the University System of Georgia on behalf of the University of Georgia Extension in Effingham County. And item number 10 on the consent agenda that we are added to the agenda tonight is consideration to approve to renew a consulting service agreement with Everson Consulting Group. Those are our 10 items. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Make a motion to approve as read.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Loper, second by Mr. Kiefer to approve the consent agenda as just read. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, if we may, the attorney reminded me of another item we need to add as new business number 28. It's a right-of-way entry letter to Georgia Power. Following this letter will be an actual easement agreement on our next agenda. So we're asking approval for a right-of-way entry letter to Georgia Power for a property on Stagecoach
A
Road.
right-of-way entry into Georgia Power property?
To our property on Stagecoach Road.
Okay. County property on Stagecoach Road. And this is for Georgia Power?
Yes, sir.
For Georgia
And it's
Power.
new business 28.
Okay. Do you have a motion to add to the agenda tonight, number 28, right-of-way on county property for Georgia Pacific to,
Georgia Power.
Georgia Power?
Mhm.
Do I have
So
a motion?
moved.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Loper. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And we have number 28 added to our agenda. Okay. With that, I think before we get into the unfinished business, which will be at 6, we're going to have a quick executive session. Shouldn't be too long. If you'll hang in there with us, we'll be back in just a few minutes. So do you have a motion to go into executive session?
Make a motion to go into executive session, discuss personnel, property, and pending litigation.
Second.
Have a motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Loper to go into executive sessions, discuss personnel, property, and what was the other one?
Pending litigation.
I didn't hear you.
Pending litigation.
Pending litigation, thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, we'll go into executive session. Should be more than about 5 or 10 minutes. We'll be right back.
Second.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Loper, second by Mr. Burdette to go back into regular session. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And we are back in regular session. We're gonna try to get through our new business as quickly as we can so we can honor those who are here for new business items. Item number one, in new business, consideration to approve a warranty deed, final plat, and infrastructure agreement for Rain Dance Subdivision Phase 3, consisting of 72 lots located off of Ebenezer Road, map number 445, parcel number 26 in the 5th District.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm Katie Dunnigan, Effingham County Zoning. I am filling in for Teresa, who's unavailable this evening. And item number one is Pine Hill Group, who is asking for approval of a final plat for Rain Dance Phase 3, as well as acceptance of roads and stormwater infrastructure. Water and sewer for this is being provided by the City of Springfield. There is an infrastructure agreement confirming this included with the material. EOM has inspected the right-of-way and stormwater infrastructure and is recommending approval. Development Services has reviewed the final plat and checklist. The county engineer has reviewed the bond recommendation and approved the bond for $43,313.90, which is 10% the total cost of drainage, concrete, and paving in Phase 3. The applicant has submitted an infrastructure bond to the City of Springfield as well. The county attorney reviewed and approved the warranty deed, infrastructure agreement, and utility easement agreement, and staff is recommending alternative one.
Any questions or discussions from anyone on the board? Do you have a motion?
Make a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Deloach to approve as presented. And I'll note that's alternative one.
Alternative one.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number two, consideration to approve a warranty deed and final plat for the Woodlands Subdivision Phase 2, consisting of 40 lots located off of Noel C. Conway Road, map number 397, parcel number 50 in the 2nd District.
This is also for final plat approval and acceptance of roads, water, sewer, and stormwater infrastructure. Sidewalks are specifically excluded from the property conveyed in the deed. EOM has inspected right-of-way and all public utilities located within the right-of-way of Phase 2 and recommends approval. Staff has reviewed the final plat and checklist. The county engineer reviewed the bond recommendation and approved a bond for $43,763.65, which is 10% of the total cost of reuse, water, sewer, and storm drainage, and paving in Phase 2. County attorney has reviewed and approved the warranty deed. Staff is recommending alternative one.
Any question, discussion, or a motion for alternative one?
Just a question on the sidewalks. How did they get omitted on this one?
No, I think they're not omitted. Sidewalks omitting coming our property, right? We don't have to fix them.
They're excluded.
Oh, excluded as far as us taking them.
Taking
I
them,
got
yeah,
you.
they do have to.
Just want to make sure we got this.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah, I was listening very close when I heard that. I said, okay,
Yeah,
that's
like
just
what?
maintenance.
Okay, good.
All right, any other question, discussion, or a motion for alternative one?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second Mr. Floyd for alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number three, consideration to approve a warranty deed, final plat, and infrastructure agreement for McCall Place, consisting of 49 lots off of McCall Road, map number 389, parcel number 17 in the 4th District.
For McCall Place, water and sewer is being provided by the City of Springfield. An infrastructure agreement that confirms City of Springfield ownership of water and sewer is included with final plat approval. EOM has inspected the right-of-way and stormwater infrastructure and recommends approval. Development Services staff has reviewed the final plat and checklist. The county engineer reviewed the bond recommendation and approved the bond for $54,983.20, which is 10% of total cost of drainage, concrete work and paving, and 100% of the cost of proposed landscaping. The builder is going to plant the vegetative buffer before selling homes. The county attorney reviewed and approved the warranty deed, infrastructure agreement, and utility easement agreement. And staff is recommending alternative one.
Alternative one. Any any discussion or questions or a motion for alternative one?
Make a motion to all, number one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Loper, second Mr. Deloach for alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 4, consideration to approve to accept the second payment from the U.S. Department of Treasury for American Rescue Plan ARPA grant funds.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Barnes, Finance Director. Staff is requesting approval to accept the second tranche from the U.S. Department of Treasury for the ARPA grant funds in the amount of $6,244,372. This is the second tranche. The first tranche was received around this time last year, and these funds have been electronically deposited at the end of June. Staff recommends alternative number 1, approve to accept the ARPA grant funds.
Appreciate you keeping that brief. Any questions or discussion or a motion for alternative 1?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Floyd to approve alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously.
Thanks.
Those funds will greatly help our infrastructure needs. Item number 5, consideration to approve to award agreement 22-15-002 with Malden and Jenkins CPA and advisors to perform the annual audit for Effingham County.
Yes, sir. So Allison Bruton, purchasing agent. The board did request that we look at hiring another auditor for our fiscal audits. So we did post an RFP. We did get 2 submittals, which the breakdown's in your packet. One's from Malden and Jenkins, the other's from our current auditor. So staff does recommend award to Malden and Jenkins.
Why would you change, why would you pay another, this company's been working for us a long time, Deal and Proctor. So now we don't pay these other people $57,000 and they will continue doing it for 44. That don't make good arithmetic.
Correct. I only make the recommendation because the board did state that they were interested in looking at new auditors. Obviously, the decision's
Yeah.
completely up to you.
And I think to Mr. Loper's comment, we wanted to look because sometimes auditors, being one in the past, you can get into a groove, and we wanted to make sure we were getting, first checking the price, and secondly, making sure we're getting the best service we can get as well. Is there any reason why the staff would, other than we wanted to look at another auditor, that you recommend going with the higher, if you add the single audit, which we do have a single audit, right? So it's gonna be
yes.
another 13.5 plus 15, about 14.5, $15,000 more. It seems like if we have no major issues with,
Yeah, I think general practice, I know ACCG supports, changing out every 5 years. I don't think there's any, I don't think we run into any penalties or fines if we don't. But under this situation, I would like to see us stay with the current auditor. Just with price, we don't have an issue. But I understand staff, we have said that we wanted to look, and I was really surprised that only one other firm actually replied to the RFP, but I know everyone has workforce issues, but I agree with Mr. Loper, Commissioner Loper as well, so.
I completely agree, which is why obviously we put both recommendations
Yeah.
on there.
well, I'm gonna entertain a motion then, just for time's sake, for alternative number 2, which is to award the 22-15-002, award agreement 22-15-002 with Lanier, Deal, Proctor, CPAs to perform the annual fiscal audit of Effingham County for fiscal year 22 for a price of $44,500, and fiscal year 23 for $44,500, recognizing if it's a single audit, which it is, there'd be another $3,500 added to that. Do you have a motion to
I'll
approve that?
make a motion to approve alternative number 2.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer. I heard 3 seconds. I'll choose the one closest to me here, Mr. Deloach. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And Deal and Company, or whoever they are, will be our auditors continually. Item number 6, consideration to award, and thank you for looking at that for us. It's good to look at.
Yeah, we had asked her to do that,
Yeah.
just for checks and balances.
Put you under the hot seat.
I'm here to serve.
Consideration to award agreement 22-105-003 with Southern Civil LLC for the improvement of Hodgeville Lift Station number 4.
Yes, sir. So we did post an ITB in May for this project. We had 13 contractors attend the pre-bid meeting, but only 2 submittals were received. The breakdown, again, is in your packet. Staff recommends alternative 1, which is award to Southern Civil LLC.
Man, it's expensive for a lift station.
Yes, it is.
It's a small
A lot of money.
treatment facility, sounds like. Any questions or discussion? It's above my pay grade to understand it, but we did bid it.
Mine too.
Do we have a motion for alternative one?
I'll make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Looper for alternative one. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimous, and we do have to get started on it, so that's good. I'm sure the piping and all has impacted this greatly in supply and demand. Item number 7, consideration to approve to award task order 22-105006 to Hussey Gay Bell Incorporated for the wastewater treatment plant design and construction management.
Yes, sir. So staff did we did send out an RFP to 7 of our IDC consultants for this project to provide the design, permitting, and construction management for the wastewater treatment plant, which will be adjacent to the current plant. We did receive 2 submittals. Again, the breakdown is in your packet. Staff recommends alternative 1, which is award to Hussey Gay and Bell.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Kiefer to approve alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 8 under new business, consideration to approve amendment 1 for the contract with Sears Environmental for disaster debris removal.
Yes, sir. So the board did previously approve to renew this agreement for another year, but afterwards they did request an increase in the fees, which is the same percentage the board approved for Crowder Gulf for the same disaster debris contract. So that's what this amendment covers. The staff recommends alternative 1.
Yeah, the percentage is less than the cost of living increase, and we don't have to pay this unless we have a
Unless we need it.
hurricane and have to move debris.
Yes,
So
sir.
that's my comments. Any questions or comments or motion for alternative 1?
Make a motion to approve alternate number 1.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Looper, second, Mr. Burdette. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. It passes unanimously. Item number 9, consideration for renewal of lease with Crown Castle for cell tower located at 247 Church Road.
Yes, sir. So the current lease will expire in September, and Crown Castle has reached out expressing that they would like to extend that agreement, and they have given us 2 different proposals. One being a lease amendment, which the details are spelled out in your packet, and the second being a perpetual easement. Staff does recommend alternative 1, which is their lease amendment option, but we do leave that decision to the board.
I wanted to get some math on this.
That's what I was
you know.
fixing to ask. Did Mark look at this to turn the best return on investment in this? Because these are some big numbers.
Well, the issue, we got more favorable terms than the previous agreement, but the issue is whether we want to lock ourselves into a perpetual easement on our tower site, which obviously does restrict us, or whether we just want to continue on a 5-year basis. And
About
that,
$450,000 lump sum looked
It'd go a long way to
awful
pave
good.
some roads and the present value of money, having that up front, if you do the math, even 20 grand a month, that's 22 and a half years, 23 years for the county to earn 450 grand. And you add present value of money, it's probably more like,
future value.
Yeah.
future value is probably more like 550, in those dollars, but just.
we put both on there for
Yeah,
that
I
reason.
know
We,
that.
I just didn't
we
know if there was a-
negotiated both. We negotiated both terms with them to try and make sure that we were getting the best deal that we can, and so this gives you options. I just didn't want to throw out there the only option of a perpetual lease when we're currently on a 5-year deal.
Let me ask 2 questions, then we'll get a motion if we can move forward. Under the lease amendment, has a revenue over, say, 20 or 25 years, some reasonable number, been compared to the 450 to see what we are sacrificing for the freedom to go back and either remove or renew? I like the freedom of the lease,
Right.
and you're locked in if you do the lump sum.
Right.
But I just, if there'd been analysis, you said, for $75,000, it's not worth locking ourselves in. But is it $150,000 difference? I mean, I don't know. It's-
Well, if you did the, and I've got to remember this, what was it? how much annually with a 4% increase?
It was,
It's 18,
yeah, so it would start at $18,114.97 and then increase 4% each year. And there's also a $30,000 lump sum payment as well within 60 days of signing the agreement.
Okay,
So-
so
Would be the
some
lease
lump sum
amendment.
payments, that's right, with these lease amounts as well. So probably not a lot of difference then. There's a little loss in the
My
future
question-
value of a current receipt, but it's
You'd know
probably
that
not
as
real
an
material.
accountant.
Well, on a dollar wise, obviously, it makes sense to lock into the perpetual easement. But, you know, it's the issue of whether or not you wanted to lock yourself into perpetual easement or not. And so,
that a
we've
piece of
traditionally been
property-
doing it on a 5-year basis, and so that's the recommendation we came to continue with that.
I'm with you.
But if you just want to say, you know, what's the big deal? We can just have them on there for 20 years and get 40 and do much better financially, then go that route.
The
So
perpetual
it's a
easement's
level
for-
of comfort.
Perpetual
I'm
easement's
not
for
comfortable
100
with a
years if they need it.
perpetual easement personally.
Perpetual
Yeah,
easement's forever.
Is there a use for that property that we're gonna need in the future would be my biggest question. You know, is there gonna be a need where we don't want them there anymore? And, you know,
I think the more I look at it, probably the lease is the better, because 18 times 20 is gonna get you right around $220,000. I know that's a annuity versus a lump sum, but
right,
this is gonna be a continuation. And if values go up higher, we can get more for it too.
I was just thinking I could pave a road for 450 grand.
Yeah.
Yeah, roads are, but I would
So-
go along with that. I think it's not a bad deal either way.
Either way, appreciate your work. I just didn't know if there was some numbers run. If there's not, we'll move forward. Is there a motion for alternative one, which is what staff is recommending for the lease amendment? If not, we'll go to number 2. Is there a motion for alternative one?
That's the
Lease,
The lease version.
over the
motion
perpetual
for
easement.
alternative one.
Okay, a motion by Mr. Floyd for alternative one,
I'll second.
second by Mr. Kiefer. All right, all in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it's alternative one. We'll go with the lease option. Item number 10, consideration to ratify approval of emergency repairs at the I-16 well.
Yes, sir. So there was a motor failure at the I-16 well, which needed to be repaired pretty urgently. So the county manager did authorize approval up to $25,000 per the policy. There is a breakdown, which we were given on your staff report showing the cost for the motor, and we did come in under that figure. But because this was an unexpected repair, it wasn't properly budgeted, so staff's requesting use of the Goshen well funds.
Thank you.
which
Any
were
questions or
budgeted.
discussions? Motion for alternative one.
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Floyd for alternative one. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. If you have your agenda in front of you, we only have a few more minutes before we have to go into the planning session. We have to do that at 6 o'clock. I don't want to make some of you who might have come for a new business item. If you have an agenda for you, is anybody here for agenda item 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, all the way through
27.
27?
28.
Or 28, yeah. Anybody here for a particular agenda item, because we can cover it, that way you won't have to stay for the next hour during planning meetings. Okay, we'll just continue down as we're going as far as we can. Okay. All right, item number 11, consideration to approve change order number 1 with S&ME Incorporated for rental community analysis.
Yes, sir. So S&ME is currently under contract as the planning consultant for Development Services Code Revisions. And they have submitted a change order for an additional proposal for professional planning services for a rental community analysis, which will be a $4,400 increase to their current contract.
This is addressing the idea where the contractors are buying the whole subdivision for rental.
For investors.
I believe so.
Yes.
Um,
Yes, this is to address the build-to-rent,
Gotcha.
single-family homes issues that's come up to see. They've already given us some proposals on it, so it'll be fairly quick with a response.
Sounds great.
I do have a question on the contract. I know, what phase are we currently in? Because we're gonna be at the year mark here in September, you know, on the zoning and everything else we've been trying to get some feedback on. How far along are we? It seems like this thing has been really been drug out.
I can answer that. We're currently still doing the future land use map and the zoning code changes, the zoning ordinance code changes. We are behind schedule, but it's because we've diverted away several times to work on the different moratoriums for the R3, R6 back in the spring and late fall. So we kind of took everything out of order. But they're getting close to having a deliverable in a public meeting to kind of roll out the future land use map and the zoning ordinance changes. And then the last part of their contract is to look at the subdivision regulations and engineering design standards.
Okay.
And that's going to be kind of the last thing that they'll hit.
Feel like we'll have that maybe before our planning retreat.
We'll have that first part. We should have the zoning ordinance and the future land use map draft stuff
Right.
to show at the retreat.
That'd be a
Okay,
good,
great.
good time to discuss it. Okay.
That moratorium that we're under now expires next month, doesn't it?
Yes, which is part of what this is about is.
Yeah, and we asked them to take this out of order, so that we can address things before the moratorium ends. So we'll have something to present to y'all, to,
The next meeting
what I assume
before
at
it
the
ends.
next meeting.
Okay. Any other questions, discussion?
Yes, sir.
Motion for alternative one.
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, second, Mr. Floyd for alternative one. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 12 under new
Mr. Chairman,
business.
I'm sorry. There was one individual who raised her hand. I don't think you saw her
I didn't.
when you asked about the items. Erin is here for,
No,
is
no,
here
well,
for
'cause I
Springfield.
don't want to put you behind the planning session. She had an item. Which item is your item?
Yes, sir. I was just here for 23 and 24 in case y'all had any questions.
All right, let's go to 23 and 24, so we knock those out, so you won't have to wait. Thank you for pointing that out. Item number 23 on the new business, consideration to approve an annexation agreement as submitted by the city of Springfield for properties owned by Dealand Properties LLC located along Highway 21, map number 429, parcel number 11-15 in the 4th District.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we can speak on 23 and 24 at once and vote on them individually.
Okay?
This request was received from the city of Springfield with signatures from the property owner requesting this annexation. There are properties surrounding these parcels that are contiguous with other lands within the city. Staff recommends approval of this item.
So this annexation request, that property is contiguous with the city limits property already?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's no, okay.
What's the purpose behind it? What would be the benefit of annexing this property? And
I'm going to let Erin answer that question. I'm not sure.
So I'm Erin Phillips with the city of Springfield. We have talked to y'all before about annexing some properties that go kind of between the city of Springfield and Ebenezer Road. It just seems like we have a lot of property owners interested in that. And we've received a request for these 7 parcels across, basically from where the Love's gas station was just built. And then the property owner also has 2 parcels on the other side of the railroad tracks. So they're, I've broken them up into a group of 7, which is the first agreement, and a group of 2, which is the second agreement.
so again, what's the benefit for the property owner and what's the benefit for the city of Springfield?
Everything in that area is on City of Springfield water and sewer, so I believe their benefit's probably mostly in that.
I see.
Yeah, annexation, in my opinion, usually follows water and sewer. The only thing I've requested in the past that it be contiguous. We did do that one section that I wasn't really in favor of because
Yeah,
it
not
wasn't
either,
quite
yeah.
contiguous. But if they're, I think their goal is to come all the way down to the industrial park there, and it would be contiguous. I just don't want to see it go in city, out of city, in city, out of city. It makes it difficult for our sheriff too, and how do they respond? That's
Exactly.
my question about, is it contiguous so we don't have that scenario? That's, to me, is important.
Yeah, the 7 parcels in the first agreement are contiguous.
Okay, all righty.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and address number 24 while we're here. Like you said, we can do them both, and then we'll vote them individually. So 24, is that property also contiguous?
It's a little bit down the road. It's separated by 2 or 3
It's on
parcels.
275. One's on 21, one of them 275.
All right, I'm just gonna caution the board, my comment is, I'm really cautious, I'm not against the annexation, falls one or two, I'm really cautious about creating in the city, out of the city. I just think it creates public safety issues and confusion for our constituents. I'd rather see the property be contiguous all the way up 21 as much as possible. And I understand, I think this is right, Lee, you can correct me if it's contiguous, and it's 100% property owner's approval, there's not much we could do anyway to stop it. That correct? Correct. Yeah.
But you got a lot of houses between there and Springfield that they would really raise hand about it, and we'd have to go before them, right?
Well,
You'd have to have a,
all the property that we approved already, it was 100% property owner's approval, from what I read, right?
Correct.
Correct. And it's contiguous, so we can't really say no to that anyway. But we could cause problems, but it's not gonna go anywhere. All right. And then, but this one is not contiguous, so we could say no to it if we wanna have a policy, which has always been my mindset. It does follow water and sewer, but I'd like to see it be contiguous. And-
but a
and
bunch of, we have a bunch of them that is not contiguous.
We've only had one approved while I was here that wasn't contiguous.
I
That was
got
the
one over
Loves,
there.
wasn't it?
Yeah,
That was, and I've heard back from some folks on that one that they didn't, because what they're afraid of is Springfield here, then we approve that at Loves. Those in between, not everybody, eventually that's gonna be probably annexed, and they weren't on, they didn't want to
there's
be
only
part
two
of it.
ways to do it. They gotta get, what, 65% of the voters from those houses, or 65% of the properties, or they can't do it. So I don't have a problem personally with if they can get that approval from the residents to get it, but they can't just take it,
Right.
just cause it's in between,
So the first item is contiguous, the second item isn't.
isn't contiguous. And I just would caution, I'd encourage the city to go back, get it contiguous, do that extra work, and then come see us and let's approve it. That'd be my thoughts, but we'll, if there's no other question or discussion, we'll entertain a motion number 23 first.
I make a motion to approve alternative 1 on 23.
Second.
Okay, motion to approve alternative 1 by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Deloach. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. And that passes unanimously. All right, item number 24 is recommended by staff to alternative 1 on that one as well.
So what is separating those lots? Just 275? Just the road?
No, they
No, the road
butt
wouldn't
up to each
qualify.
other, according to the map. Is that right?
The two
One's on
lots in the
21,
annex,
but the property on 275 butts up to it, right? Behind the service station.
the properties in the first agreement don't touch the properties in the second
I
agreement.
always say that's
It
not-
doesn't touch it.
No, sir. They're owned by the same person, and they've requested them all come in at one time, but they don't touch each other.
On the map, it looks like it touches it. And then you got the service station in the corner.
The two properties of item number 24 do touch each other, but they don't touch the properties in item number 23. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Let me clarify Mr. Loach's question.
Do you have,
275 is a state highway?
Correct.
So that would not stop annexation. It would be considered contiguous. if it was-
Yes,
But,
yes.
so my issue that I just want to make the board aware of, before we make a motion, is that you set a
He's
precedent.
controlling it,
When
right?
someone else comes to us with non-contiguous property, they'll say, you did it for this city, you gotta do it for us.
You gotta do it.
So I'm just cautious to say, I appreciate what Springfield's doing, I really do. I'd rather see them go back and do the legwork, make it contiguous, and have a consistency of why we approved.
And it was done with City of Rankin at Blandford. I mean, with the fire station.
Yeah, but there was extenuating circumstances there because, and the thing with this,
Yeah,
was
yeah.
they had to have, within so many miles of their station, they needed 2 stations, and that was a building that basically they got for free.
Mm-hmm.
So it just, and they took on some service area for us at the
Did it on
time.
Old Augusta Road also. The city limits of Guyton run out before it
And I'm
got
not
to Augusta
disagreeing,
Road.
yeah, I mean,
Before it got to Old Augusta Road, it was about a 3/4 of a mile before you got to Augusta Road. That was the end of their city limits. And we let them, we did that. They got city limit signs on Old Augusta Road now, about 1.5 miles apart. We did that for Rankin.
We did, but remember there, again, we did that because they said if they could annex it, they would put water and sewer to that property, which made it more valuable, and we were able to
I
turn
know
that
it, but
property.
still we did it for a reason.
Yeah, but it's gotta be a reason. I don't know what the reason would be here, other than, I don't know.
So the city of Springfield has been working on a lot of things to try to develop a little bit better down the Highway 21 corridor. And obviously, the more property that wanted to come into the city on that corridor would help us with that overall effort. So the city is more or less is going to be okay with anybody on the Highway 21 corridor in that industrial park area wanting to come in. It's also within our service delivery area, so it just makes, I know that the city will be supportive of that moving forward. And then the property owners are petitioning us to annex, and of course, we are processing those applications. So I know that the city has approved their portion of this annexation agreement, although we have not yet approved the annexation ordinance, so it's not really been officially approved yet. But the agreement is something that we needed to do when there is debate on contiguousness, just a pre-approval, if you will, so that we understand that y'all are in support of that and we can move forward with the annexation paperwork.
So you haven't even approached the property owners with the annexation paperwork yet?
No, they petitioned for it, that's what I'm saying. We
Oh,
are
okay.
processing their petition to the city to be annexed
I
in,
got you.
which we, of course, are required to do, so.
Not shown on that now.
Screwed up
Yeah.
with Love's personally.
And I'm not against annexation at all. I don't think it's determined by service delivery area. If it was, there'd be some huge cities in this county. You'd have a lot more property to police, and we could lower our sheriffing expense because you'd have to cover a lot more territory. So service delivery area is not a good measure for city limits by any means, but I get water and sewer. I just, once again, I think it should be contiguous, but I'll yield to whatever motion this board desires.
No,
I would be in agreement with the chairman on this one. The main reason of emergency services, you know, it can get very confusing. It's confusing as it is with these spot areas of annexation. We're going to further that with this move, and it could get worse. And, you know, everything's okay till somebody gets hurt, and who do we go? Who goes there? And
Yeah,
I can see that being
and
a
I would offer
problem.
the two that you brought up that we did do were a huge benefit to our county
Yeah,
constituents.
yeah, no, and I'm not.
Versus this one is
I
not
generally
necessarily a
am
benefit
supportive
to
if
our.
the
unincorporated-
property owner has
Yeah.
requested it, assuming they haven't requested it under duress, and I know they haven't.
Right, no.
Has happened, but,
We did not.
yeah.
So we have two alternatives. One is to approve the annexation, and alternative one is to approve, and alternative two would be to deny. Let them do some more legwork, come back to us, and we'll probably get it back through. What's your motion?
But we have,
We voted on the first one, right?
23rd, yeah, we
Yeah,
voted on
this
that
is
one,
number
the
24.
24th. I would make a motion to approve alternative two, do not approve petition requesting annexation on 24.
And I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette to approve alternative two, not to approve it at this time.
can we discuss, or
Yeah,
would
we
you
can
entertain tabling it
Uh,
to understand?
We could table
Maybe
it,
look
get
at
some
it.
more information.
Well, that's kind of what we're doing anyway, asking her to go back.
That's
and-
true, it could just come right back, yeah. But it leaves it on the, it does leave it on the table,
But it leaves
you
on the
know,
You
table.
wanna- all
you
right,
know, and
I've got a motion and a second, so the right order, would you?
I'm not arguing for or against. I don't know that we have all the information up here.
Okay,
I make a motion to table it.
well, can't do that yet. Would you remove your motion for alternative two?
Yeah, I would do
You
that.
remove your motion for alternative?
Yes, yeah, we can table it.
All
and
right,
have-
now,
get more
now take a
information.
motion to table. Those motions have been removed.
And maybe
Motion to table
something,
by Mr. Loper.
more discussion at the retreat where we could really get in
I'll
depth.
second his table
Okay,
motion.
motion by
if you need a
Mr.
second.
Loper, second by Mr. Deloach to table. And maybe we get some more information and see if there's some benefit to our constituents, then we can look at that.
Well, I know some of us I do, but some may not know where this property is, and,
Yeah.
you know, where it's at in relation, at least.
Very good. And table to what meeting? 30 days?
Yes, I think that'll be fine. A couple
Is
meetings.
that okay?
2 meetings?
Yeah.
I'll give a chance for the board, maybe to look at that a little closer with the city.
Or the next meeting's fine with me. I think we can,
Next meeting?
Well, if we got more information.
Aaron, do you
I
want
was
to
gonna
say
say, this
something?
is, the item on here is the annexation agreement, which is just something that all three parties, the property owner, the city, and the county, can just agree that we understand the terms of how this annexation may move forward. The actual annexation is on the City of Springfield agenda for August 8th, I think is our meeting night, if that's the Tuesday, if I'm remembering correctly. But it's the first week in August is when the city council will approve or deny this annexation petition. And so in order for the county to formally object to that, you would have to provide an objection to me in writing prior to that meeting. So are y'all just tabling the agreement so that we can work on the agreement, or are y'all going to be
We were gonna
formally?
table it, and that means we'll bring it back up maybe in our next meeting. And
Mm-hmm.
then we'll approve, deny, we would give you that letter that we do have to give, you're
Okay,
right.
and y'all have 45 days to do that according to state law, and that 45-day window ends on August 29th.
From,
Excuse me,
We have
July
45 days
29th.
from what point?
From when we notified the county of the annexation petition being received at the end of May.
And when do we get notified?
I have receipt of delivery of that the first week of June.
Huh?
The first week of June. I don't have it with me, but we sent that to the county the first week of June.
That was June 15th is actually when we received it.
When was it?
June 15th?
June 15th? We're July 15th, so it would not happen before our next meeting.
June 15th.
Unless, right.
Next meeting's
So we
August 2nd.
cannot table what you're telling me. Because if we table it, unless we have a special meeting, we either have to deny it and give the letter, and then they can do some work and come back, we can consider it again later, or we gotta approve it. Table's gonna run it past unless you wanna have a special call meeting for this one
We're
item.
working on it. I mean, at least we're,
But we're
Trying to
required by
work with
law in 45 days to,
We don't have the
Have a
time from the
response.
June 15th to our next meeting to answer them within 45 days. So table will not fit this scenario unless you want a special call meeting. So I'd recommend go,
so can I renew my alternative?
table's not gonna work unless you wanna meet again.
Nope.
So would you remove your motion to table and move your second?
Or-
And we'll take
or
a motion
rescind
to
mine.
either approve or deny? Mr. Deloach, you remove your,
Yeah, I guess.
And we
Just
can,
think
we
it's
can make a,
getting overly complicated, but,
all right.
you can deny it, and then we bring it back up, then we'll get together. and we-
If it gets denied, we can do that. So that's really our only choice tonight is approve or
then we can
deny,
go bring
because
it
the
back up.
timeframe's not there to table. So I'm gonna go back and entertain a motion for alternative two to deny the annexation at this time. Is there a motion for that?
I'll make a motion to approve alternative 2.
Second.
And second by Mr. Loper. Okay.
so
Yep.
now that we're denying this, I mean, what are they gonna do on August 2nd then?
Nothing.
They can't
What are
do
they gonna do,
anything.
what?
They can't
We
go
just
forward
gotta
until we
provide-
approve it. So they'll get a letter from us denying it. The grounds would be, I think what we're discussing tonight is contiguous. It's not contiguous. And then they can resolve that or whatever.
And I'd like to get some sheriff's input and maybe dispatch input.
Well, he's telling me to pass. I mean, this specific would be one to get his good input on, but he's
stuff like
cautious
this.
about that in out and so forth. Anyway, have a motion and
I guess
second.
my only concern is we've done this. I don't have a strong opinion either way. We've done this and we don't have a policy to the contrary.
We don't
That's
have a
my only
policy on a lot
concern.
of things, but I would say that every time that the two times that we've lifted, we've done it, there was material benefit to the unincorporated area. Material. And I don't know that's been established here and it's not contiguous. It could cause more conflict. Because you're setting a precedent that you don't have to have a material reason of benefit for the unincorporated area. We just do it because we did it for the other two. The other two we did was very specific reasons. We lowered fire fees. We got water and sewer to some very valuable property now that the,
You know, do we want to
That's
continue spot annexing? You know,
yeah,
it just doesn't sound like a great idea to me.
Yeah.
yeah. And how far out do you allow it? That's gonna be, somebody's gonna want way over here.
You know, what? How do
And
you
you'll say, if the,
keep setting a precedence there?
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to undo what we're doing.
okay, we got a motion for alternative two, we got a second. Any final questions? I'll call for question.
I mean, I'm fine with having another meeting, since it involves the city, but that's just me.
All righty. All in favor of alternative two, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no?
Nay.
All right, let's get it on record so we know. Mr. Floyd is yay?
Yep.
Mr. Burdette?
Yay.
Mr. Deloach?
Nay.
Mr. Loper?
I voted for it.
Yay? Okay. And Mr. Kiefer?
Nay.
Okay. So we have 3-2. It is denied at this time, and we'll get staff to get the appropriate letter and try to work with you, see how we can maybe make it happen in the future. Okay? All righty. All right, that's item 23 and 24 taken care of. We are past the 6 o'clock hour, so we need to go into our planning hearings, and we're going to start with item number 1 under unfinished business. think there's a few folks here for that item tonight, so we'll address it first. And then we'll take a break, maybe for a restroom after we get items 1 and 2 out of the way, and that won't be long. All righty. Item number 1 under unfinished business for our public hearings is the planning board recommends denying an application by Backwater Expeditions LLC as agent for Marie Raimondo to rezone 69.103 acres located at 545 Wiley Road from AR1 to PD Recreation to allow for the development of an ecotourism site, map number 459, parcel number 84 in the 4th District. This is postponed from the 6/7/22 meeting. This item will be heard tonight, right now. I'll start with our zoning administrator.
Yes, good evening. So Backwater Expeditions, which was postponed at the June 7th meeting, this is an application to rezone from AR1 to PD Recreation. Based on the information from the draft PD document, the proposed gross residential density is 1.4 units per acre. The residential units would include 12 cabins, 13 primitive sites, 63 RV pads, and 6 staff residences. The net density is 2.13 units per acre, which is 94 units on 44.31 developed acres. There was also a component of commercial development proposed, approximately 5 acres, including a restaurant, general store, miniature golf, and open space of approximately 20 acres to include ponds, wetlands, and recreation areas. This site is within the Springfield service delivery area. If Springfield was unable to provide service, private water and septic would be required. And depending on the system design, the proposed water might be subject to EPD review and approval. During staff's several meetings to discuss the project in the PD rezoning process, we did state the requirement for well and septic approval to be included in the PD rezoning application. Environmental health is unable to provide septic system approval as the volume of wastewater, soil characteristics, and the amount of usable soil are currently unknown. EPD is unable to provide pre-approval without a design to review. In the absence of water and sewer availability and/or approval, staff is unable to make a recommendation at this time.
Okay, we'll open a public hearing and we'll see if there's anyone tonight that would like to speak in favor of this, and we'll start with those making the application.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Josh Yellen, here tonight representing the applicant, Backwater Expeditions. We have with us from the applicant team, Mr. Brian Cohen, who is the owner of Backwater Expeditions. We also have Mr. Neil McKenzie from Coleman Company, who is the project architect, engineer, my apologies. We also have with us numerous supporters who have turned out tonight in support of Mr. Cohen's proposed rezoning of this site. And so I do want to clarify, because I think there has been some misconceptions both about what this project is, what the rezoning is, and also what's currently permitted by right in this area. And so I did want to speak on a few of these topics, if I may, and then turn it over to both Mr. Cohen to talk about his experience in the community and the project as proposed, because he will be living on site. It's an on-site owner-operated facility with his staff living there as well, and then allow Mr. McKenzie to speak about the concept plan that has been submitted, the revisions that we've made since inception of this project, and how everything that we've done has been to minimize impacts on the surrounding area. So first and foremost, it's important to note that this site is zoned AR1, which is the Agricultural Residential District. This is not a single-family home district, and in the AR1 district, commercial uses are currently permitted by right. And these uses include animal farms, poultry farms, commercial farming operations, along with bed and breakfasts, along with campgrounds. It allows uses that are very similar to what we are currently proposing today. And we are not proposing to rezone to the R4, which is the mobile home park. That is the only district in Effingham County that permits mobile homes. R4, it's a specific district. We are coming in with the PD recreation, which is a newer ordinance similar to a PUD, where the applicant is entitled to come in and submit a concept plan and a sketch plan for your review and for the planning board's review to try and find a way to put conditions and try a way to find a way to develop a site that can meet all needs of the community and of the applicant. It's not a strict district as if you were coming into a C2 district or an industrial district, but the standards have recommendations with the applicant being able to come in and propose what they would like to do to the site to get feedback. It's also a multi-step process. We are only at step 1 today as we come in with our concept plan for the site. And that's noted in Ms. Concannon's staff report, that we are here for concept plan and rezoning approval. After that, there is sketch plan approval. After that, there is development plan approval. After that, there is permit approval. We are not anywhere near any of those other approvals. We are here solely for the rezoning and solely to get feedback on the concept plan that we have submitted, which meets the requirements of the PD ordinance for submittal. And the section for the PD recreation is section 515 of the ordinance. That outlines any and all requirements for the plan as submitted. Section 515 of the ordinance lays out what's required for submittal. And so we're here today because we think this is a great project in an area that already permits similar uses. Similarly, one of the considerations for this rezoning is the proposed use in line with the master plan for Effingham County. Also important to note, and I think this was glossed over at the planning board hearing, this future land use map category is agricultural forestry. And in your master plan document, it lists a definition for agriculture and forestry, which includes land dedicated to passive recreational uses that can be privately owned, including such uses that are similar to golf courses, recreation centers, and other similar uses. Nearly identical to what we are proposing today, being a passive campground so that backwater expeditions can have access to Ebenezer Creek and can have access to do their already existing business. As Mr. Cohen mentioned, this is a low-impact ecotourism facility. We're trying to bring visitors into Effingham County so that they can experience the natural beauty that is Ebenezer Creek, to bring more people there in a preservation mission, not in a mission to exploit this area. I think the last person who would want to see this area degraded and unusable for kayaking and for nature activities is Mr. Cohen himself. He has a vested interest in ensuring that his business is successful, ensuring that ecotourists come to Effingham County, ensuring that he can be a good steward of the community, and ensuring that this area remains pristine so that it can be beautiful for us to continue to experience it indefinitely into the future. And so because we are requesting the PD recreation rezoning, because it's in line with the master plan for Effingham County and the future land use map, and because we've met the criteria for the concept plan submittal today, we know we're going to come back before you in the future. But we are looking to get feedback on this development because we do believe that it meets the standards for rezoning in this area. It is conducive and in fact similar to uses already permitted in the AR1. It is not spot zoning because in this area there are numerous zoning districts within the vicinity, from AR1 to AR2 to B2 to even the floodplain FH district. And the PD district itself it can't be spot zoning. PDs are not ever contiguous to other PDs. And so because we meet the criteria for rezoning, we do recommend approval for you today. But I would like to turn it over to Mr. Cohen because I think it's important to hear what his mission is for this site. We have letters of support that we've received from numerous members of the community who have been excited about this opportunity, excited about the community to have such a resource in this area. And if I could turn it over to him, that would be greatly appreciated. So thank you all very much for your time and for your consideration of this matter. And thank you for letting me present today.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, I'd like to apologize for the delay. This was not done with intent to disrupt the process, but to allow us to prepare for you, our county commissioners, so that we can correct the records on certain allegations and modify for some of the concerns of the community in the PZ Planning Board meeting. The zoning board did not verbally explain why they denied our request, so the only thing we can...
Excuse me, sir. she needs to get your name. I'm sorry to
I'm
interrupt
sorry, I'm
you.
Brian Cohen.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Got lost there.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
But we ask for your indulgence on trying to address these list of items below. Bad information and not understanding the facts cannot be what destroys our dream. I was saddened and regret the zoning meeting was allowed to get personal and slanderous. These remarks do not even deserve a comment and should not be allowed to continue. So we need to really look at the validity of what we are proposing and address legitimate concerns. We have reached out to this community on multiple occasions over the past 4 months to talk about what we are proposing to hear and to hear their concerns. I held a town hall meeting at my expense before the zoning meeting and had a few people show interest to talk and explain what the concerns are. I explained and what is involved and how it was how it's to be dealt with, and most seemed happy with our explanation. I have talked with many people at the boat landing and in the community over the years and have received a good bit of encouragement. We are excited to have this opportunity. We have been planning for over 20 years. It sounds funny, but I am excited to see so many people concerned about Ebenezer Creek, and I'll explain more about that later. I understand we are proposing something new to Effingham County, and with all the changes that have been happening, it can understand some of the concerns and the hostilities. I assure you we share many of the same concerns. Many of our concerns were addressed in our PD text document, but were never referred to or taken out of context. Next was a lot of misquoted improper zoning references that were never corrected. One concern that was a common thread was protecting the creek. Believe me, I understand the concerns there. And as Joseph explained, the DPH and EPD, we have to go through a permitting process. They cannot pre-approve anything until we get the engineering stuff done. Until we are approved, it makes no sense to spend this kind of money or disrupt the land. We are trying to limit how much we have to disturb on the 69 acres, plus we are not proposing a trailer park or even a contemporary campground. Our proposal takes 69.10 acres, minus the wetlands consisting of 6.3 of an acre, Ebenezer buffer of 0.31 acres, perimeter buffer of 9.20 acres, and access easement of 4.42 acres. Now this leaves us 49.14 acres for development. The wetland will be left natural except for where the access road exists. The Ebenezer Creek buffer will remain natural except for some of the safety improvements, and per Ms. Marie's Romano's request, the cove to be located on the creek will be named Laura's Cove in memory of her grandmother who lived this creek and who died of natural causes at the creek. Our plans are to remain natural except for some improved natural walkways and low voltage lighting in the memorial. The perimeter buffer, which we've proposed vegetative buffer, and we're even open to an earth mound buffer with trees that appear appealing vegetation per approved planting listing in the zoning code 3.4.1 buffer design standards. This will provide a more private buffer for our neighbors and our clients. In addition, this will provide a natural noise buffer and lessen light pollution. This will also provide a more controlled and defined boundaries so guests don't just intrude. The one exception to the buffer is the point where the property narrows and the access road follows down to the creek. There's not enough land to build out an earthen buffer or even a natural buffer, so we're proposing a 10-foot privacy fence with approved plantings listed in the zoning code 3.1.4.1 buffer design standards. Our project will not impact existing access road to our neighbors' properties. Existing access easements will remain in place. We do propose a second option if allowing a private access for them if they're willing to discuss. But the zoning board shouldn't be used as a HOA. Our facilities, and I can break this down to our lots are for our pull-through RV sites are 60 by 80. We've only used 1,400 square foot of that area with pad for the vehicle to park on and be ADA compliant. The pads will be 20 by 50, which means they're compliant to ADA compliancy. So that's 1,400 square foot. or pull-through sites, and it's 4,800 square foot total allowed for the RV site. We have 63 sites at 1,400 square feet, which is total of 2.02 acres. Our proposed commemorative campsites will be small, cleared areas located on allocated 1,600 square foot. We're proposing 13 sites at 1,600 square foot, and that's a 0.48 acres, which will remain natural settings. Our cabins are 750 square foot off the ground to help mitigate erosion and comply with Department of Health tourist standards and comply with ADA standards. We will also use gutters to collect rainwater from roof runoff into 1,000-gallon cisterns to be used for watering and fire suppression. Total rental cabins proposed is 12 with a footprint of 0.21 acres total. We're also proposing group cabin built off the ground to help mitigate erosion and comply with DPH tourist standards and comply with ADA standards for family and corporate get-togethers of 3,200 square foot each. We'll have full amenities and 4 cabins, and that takes up 0.29 acres. Security was another issue brought up, and we are proposing a 1,200 square foot security cabin with bunk rooms for our staff. They will have all the amenities and occupy 0.03 tenths of an acre. I do believe in maintaining respectable business, and is why we will be living on property. Me and my family will reside on the premise to help maintain structure and security. Primary residence proposed one of 4,800 square foot, that's 0.11 acres. Total occupied property would be 3.14 acres. Once again, we are not proposing a trailer park or a contemporary RV park. The property is heavily wooded, and we do not want to destroy the beauty. Our amenities will be designed for comfort and compatibility for our surroundings. We're proposing 4 bathhouses with restroom and laundry. Each consists of 3,672 square feet located throughout the facility, maintained by our staff, and 4 of those take up 0.34 acres. I don't want to drag this out, but I'm trying to make an emphasis here that we are very solidly trying to be conservative in what we're doing, and we want to destroy a lot of this property. With our cookhouse, trading post, bait shop, and a clubhouse, we're proposing an area to help others grow and propose that we like, for lack of a better word, a little street strip allowing for us to build out a little museum promoting Ebenezer Creek and the past and present history. Our staff photographer and a list of visiting photographers from around the world afford us opportunity for a gallery. This creek provides so much beauty. Overall, 2 sites, two buildings at 4,800 square foot for the gallery and museum, and 2 2,400 square foot areas for local businesses that tie into the outdoors, laid out in the street strip design and occupy 0.33 acres. Everyone loves to eat, and we proposing to build a restaurant, but I don't want to run one. If it is the right fit for the premise, it will be able to accommodate 200 guests, 3,400 square feet, footprint of 0.8 of an acre. We enjoy family activities and fun outdoors. We are proposing a 36-hole mini golf designed to complement our surroundings and open to the public. The whole course will cover up to 1 acre. We're proposing a boat storage and maintenance shop of 0.6 of an acre. Our roadway system within our facility is 1.49 acres. The access easement is 4.42 acres, accounting for 5.91 acres total. We have 69.1 acres total. Property is 36.83 acres, and total undisturbed natural developed property, of 36.83 acres, and total undisturbed naturals is 32.27. What we're proposing is not a large footprint and complements something that already exists in the community, Ebenezer Retreat and the Troutland House. I only regret the fact that none of the people have even tried to reach out to talk with me, and I made 2 attempts by leaving notes and business cards over the last 4 months. I resent the fact that I'm being made out as an outsider, since I've been a part of this community since 1999 and operating a business since 2000. I have been involved with helping Effingham grow since 2000, and we have been active in my community. I volunteered for Guyton Fire Department for 14 years, have been a firefighter for 28 years, and still serve this country. I have served on the Effingham County Code and Comprehensive Planning workshops. We are constantly on Ebenezer Creek cleaning each time we are out. We have run 2 River Live cleanups each year until 2020 and 2021. Since I have been here, I have been building relationships with other businesses, city, county government members to help grow tourism. I serve as a board member on the historic Effingham, Ebenezer, and honorary life member of the Salzburger Society for fundraising assistance I provided them in their activities. Our plans to help support the city of Springfield and Effingham County were proposed Greenway to keep working and supporting the river keepers of the area, the Georgia Conservancy, and provide opportunities for you, our concerned citizens, to show your support. I'm a small business owner trying to make a difference and leave a good legacy. My son-in-law partner is serving active duty in the Navy. He's on deployment right now. My grandson joined me 3 years ago, and our guides are decorated disabled veterans, school teachers, firefighters, and just good people who enjoy sharing the history and beauty of Effingham County. Our team is family, and we are making a difference every day. We live in Effingham County and do our best to support other local businesses, promote worthy causes for the benefit of our community. The county needs to grow, but there seems to be a misunderstanding as to kind of growth. Business supports the infrastructure, and tourism supports businesses. To address the concern of property values, there are many concerns of value. There are many projects adjacent to campgrounds in our region, and values are going up. I'm going to skip the zoning, what PD is, and since you already talked about that. But according to the zoning ordinance, we were presenting a PD request, and we were helping build out the PD recreation with the passing of our request. The zoning request is proposed and open for discussion. With over 69 acres, a campground is designed to promote the natural beauty of the property, leaving almost half of it in natural state. We're presenting a sketch plan with max density. Both are presented per the zoning requirements, but seem to be misunderstood as to what is required and the purpose. We have been working with the zoning staff since October of last year, trying to provide a community and environmental friendly option because we are trying to get this right. Our proposal layout is spacious, involves the least amount of impact of any project in Effingham County. Our focus is on providing available services to our guests and our community at large, offering chances for other unique business opportunities in the county while disturbing the least amount of natural beauty. Our recreational facility, backwater outpost, and our storefront, backwater trading post, and backwater expeditions will continue to contain a variety of compatible uses to produce balanced and attractive community, and will be built out in phases on demand. Our business has been Ebenezer Creek, and we do our best to protect, educate our visitors and locals alike. We are working with Effingham, the historic Effingham, Salzburger Society, Ebenezer Retreat, the ladies of the Effingham County Garden Club to help develop classes to help educate about the history, plant life, nature, ecology, and teaching skills for surviving in the outdoors. We want to promote opportunities for people to enjoy the wonders Effingham County has to offer, and have been working on tours throughout the county. I will be providing a few reports as importance of the type of development being allowed and benefits to the county from state agencies and independent sources. Many do not realize the impact tourism has, and that we have anything to promote. Our important accommodations is important. The accommodations are allowed to increase revenue. Tourism is the world's largest business, and in Georgia, tourism is the state's second most important industry. Heritage tourism is our fastest growing segment. When community and travel-related entities partner with public or private organizations, the historic culture and natural resources are more effectively promoted to meet the heritage travelers' desires and enrichment. The Outdoor Industry Association reported that outdoor recreation in Georgia generated $27.3 billion in consumer spending annually, which resulted in $1.8 billion in state and local tax revenues. I received notice from Georgia State Tourism citing Effingham County's benefit up to this point. Effingham County has taken in $3.4 million in lodging revenues, which includes second homes. Food and beverages is $4.7 million. Recreation, $1.7 million. Retail, $4.7 million. Transportation, $5 million. For a total of $19.4.
I don't want to bring this to a close, but we recognize the value of rental properties, and we know we have a lot of rental properties. We need to, if we can, be specific to why we should approve this particular location. We recognize the value of rental properties, and we know we need all types of housing, but we got a lot of folks who probably want to speak tonight for and against. So if you could kind of narrow it down, that'd be great.
I agree. Okay. My apologies for you, sir. I just felt like a lot of people didn't really understand what tourism was about, especially at the zoning meeting, and they didn't think we had nothing to promote here. And we do have a lot to promote here. And bottom line is tourism is not just a nice thing to do. It's not fluff. It's a necessity and needs to be included in our strategic plan of growth. I thank you for your indulgence. Reggie, I'm glad you're feeling better, at least able to show up. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll turn this over to Neil.
Right, so I think one of the things I hear you saying is you feel like this would be good for tourism in Effingham County.
Yes, sir. We get people from all over the world come in here and do tours with us now. A lot of them look for accommodations, but they're going to Chatham County and spending the money there.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So-
Anyone else not speaking for this?
Yes, our Neil is our project.
Good evening. Thank you, Brian. I'm Neil McKenzie. I'll keep this brief. I just wanted to do a quick run over the site plan and just talk about some things that have changed since the planning meeting. First of all, so this is 69 acres, and our intent here is not to come in and clear cut everything. I mean, we're going to be very precise and careful about what's cut out there. You know, the grading and the stormwater management will follow patterns that exist. As far as access goes, this project will be accessed off Wiley Road. And you have heard that, you know, there's a 60-foot access easement that bisects the property. This access easement is for the benefit of some residents to the north and this property. Our intent is not to change that access point at all. You know, access to those residential properties in the back will be maintained. The internal roads will be, you know, we do have to cut roads and paths in this project. Our intent is to make that as low impact as possible. Stone is a viable option, or other approved materials to be approved by the fire department and emergency access and responders. As far as the buffering goes, currently adjacent to residential, we've got 50-foot shown. This is intended to be a planted buffer. And then, as Mr. Cohen pointed out, we are willing to add, you know, a berm if needed. And then to the property adjacent to the property on the north side, where the bottleneck of the plan occurs, we are going to propose a fence to kind of help out with the buffering there. Water and sewer, you've heard that this will be on-site septic and well. That is the case still. Springfield is more than 1,000 feet from here, so this will have to be on-site. As far as stormwater management goes, we're planning pocket bioretention areas and small pocket areas to manage stormwater that runs off. We don't anticipate having to change the curb number much out here because we're not going to add asphalt and concrete. These roads will not be paved like that. It'll either be a product that's approved to allow percolation, that kind of thing, from rainwater. As far as the changes since the planning meeting, I just wanted to take a few minutes and just talk about a few key points. There was a lot of concern about the number of parking that was on the plan. It was overparked. In the case of having outside, if it was a venue and you had extra spaces to park, we have since and agreed to remove a lot of those spaces, and now currently shown on the plan, we're down to 192 spaces. We removed the outdoor stage, which I think had some concern with loud music and that kind of thing after hours, so there was a stage on the plan originally. We've taken that out. I mentioned the buffers earlier. On the previous plan, we didn't talk about berms. Now we're absolutely willing to put, you know, berms in as they make sense on the site. And then just a couple of notes about the water and the septic. This property, and it was pointed out, you know, as much of the county is in the red zone as called out by EPD, where you can't access the Floridan, you know, aquifer. It is anticipated that this project and this well, or this well system, would access the Miocene aquifer. And since we are 25 or more connections, we will be bound to the EPD's, you know, requirements for providing, you know, wells on site.
EPD allows the Miocene to be potable water?
Yes, sir, it does. I just permitted one in Rankin.
For drinking?
Yes, sir. Sewer, there's a lot of work to be done with testing the material on site. We understand this and just ask that, you know, what we're looking for is conditional approval, knowing that we have to come back with all of this information. Finally, it was brought up about permitting access on the creek. If there's any access on the creek, you know, dock or any structure or boat ramp, the Corps of Engineers does have specific permits that you have to you know, to file for to have those kinds of permits. So we absolutely understand that and are willing to, you know, to get those permits if this is something that Backwater wants to pursue. With that, we're glad to answer any questions.
Question on the easement. How many people are currently allowed to use the easement?
So the current plan, see, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there's 5 lots back there, if I'm counting right.
5 lots that have access to the easement.
Yes, sir.
To get to the back.
That's right.
So if this thing did go forward, where would they, is there a place for them to park for free? Would they be able to continue to use the creek like they do right now, is what my question is. I mean, how would that impact these people that currently are using this easement and currently using the creek?
Right, so the homeowners that have access to this easement.
The easement for up there?
Yes, so the easement is right here off Wiley Road and bisects the site. So there's 2 wetland
Is that
pockets.
little gray road I'm looking at?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's right here in the middle.
That's
That's
my
where the
fault.
access easement is.
Okay.
And that's where our access to the project would
It
be.
goes all the way back here to the creek itself.
Gotcha.
So that easement will not be changed. We'll continue to maintain access to all the residents back there. This wouldn't impede or you know, hamper any access that they currently have to the creek.
So, I mean, I guess you get this thing built, and, you know, is there a place for them to park? Is there a place for them still to do their thing without cost? You know, what's their current situation versus what would it be in the future? How we're gonna accommodate the people that are already using it in that way? That would be my concern if I was already using the creek.
Right, so the easement is for the benefit of the property owners. It's not a public easement.
Exactly, that's what I'm
Right.
saying. How will you accommodate the people who currently have an easement that use the creek? I mean, I know they'll still be able to use the road, but if this thing becomes a recreation area, I mean, that can be a little intimidating to get back, I would think. You know, what are you gonna do to continue that freedom of use in the rear of this
You
thing?
own the property, but you don't own the creek.
Exactly. So
Correct, but it's an access easement that was provided for access. It wasn't a creek access easement, it was for access to Wiley. It was not to the benefit all the way going to Ebenezer.
So it
There's,
doesn't, it's not, the use is not for the creek then?
in the easement text itself, it was solely to provide access to and from those lots of records to Wiley. I will say that those lots of records have increased I believe. I think when I looked at title last, that initially there were, I want to say, 3 families who had access rights with subdivisions that have occurred in the area. There are now more families using that access easement. But it's a non-exclusive access easement that runs both ways in terms of both the property owner having rights to use the easement and those who are the adjacent property owners who receive the rights as benefited property under that original easement. And so we are prepared, or we have to, legally required to maintain that easement as it is and to continue to provide the access as it currently stands.
Did you point those parcels out that are using it currently?
And this one has access all the way to the creek on their property.
Oh, I see, so they're already in the back, they just gotta get out to the road. I got you.
Yes, sir. Yes.
That makes better sense.
They
Okay.
have parking already listed, living on the property.
I see, so they already have their own access, it's just getting them out to Wally.
Yeah, in and out.
I got you.
I got a question. The RV spaces, are these, a lot of people are buying RVs and living in them permanent. Are these
Well-
gonna be, like at state parks, you're limited to a number of weeks. So how are you gonna handle?
Yes, sir.
Basically
Originally,
building
we
a
had
trailer
posed,
park of,
originally we posed 6 months, but that was just in case some family members needed a longer place to stay to help out people in the area. We got a lot of negative feedback on that, so we're going down to requesting 30 days as a maximum stay. And to be honest with you, long-term stay is not where our business is at. You don't make as much revenue off long-term people as you do the short-term, just to put it bluntly. So our proposal is not, we want 30 days, but that's to be able to help people in the community that say they had a baby, mom and dad wants to come down and take care of them, they want a place to stay, they got a place to stay. Other than that, the majority of the people are going to be 2, maybe 3, 4 days tops, which is the most tourists do. I can get you more statistical information on that, but they normally, most people stay 2.5 to 3 days.
I guess my other question would be, like I said, I support property rights, but this creek is the communities. How many, you got 100 and how many spaces, camp spaces?
63 RVs and,
12
Total,
cabins.
how many people could be out there with canoes or kayaking?
To
on
be
that?
honest with you, there's only 7% of campers are actually do that. But we do hope there'll do be more that will take advantage of our rentals. But really, honestly, most people don't go out for just kayaking and canoeing. It's just a feature that's added to their
Is there
possibility.
any type of study, I mean, by the state of how many, how dense do we want?
Well, right now, it's open up to the general
How
public.
many people's gonna be piled in there? And is it gonna be any restrictions on anybody else using the creek to get through your part of the creek where all your folks are?
Well, our section of the creek is above Tommy Long Landing, so it's between Long Bridge and Tommy Long. That area doesn't normally get paddled as much because it's a little more denser. We always recommend people not go on their own. They need a guide to go along because you can get turned around in the swamp areas. But we're not proposing putting trails through there, but we do support the county in Springfield on a greenway that what they want to try to do in that area, to come all the way down to the Savannah River. Right now, we're the only tour operator in the county. Everybody else comes out of Chatham County in South Carolina. When I started here, there was me and about 5 local fishermen out there. And since then, we've got 4 other tour operators that come out of other locations and a lot of people that are local that have went on a tour with us and fortunately enjoyed it, but unfortunately went and got their own kayaks and are going back on their own. We do have the boat traffic now because of Tommy or Ebenezer Landing being shut down, which we have no control over that. So there's limited access to the Savannah River based on that. But before, we didn't have a lot of congestion.
Uh,
Well, I guess it doesn't matter.
To your specific question, there'd be 88 units possible that could be if all the campsites, cabins, and the RVs were in there. One of the concerns, and we'll talk about more later, I have is that total thing is on like 3.4 acres. All those units are on that's pretty high density per acre. So I do have some thoughts and questions about that, but we
Well,
can talk
most
about that later.
contemporary campgrounds are 5 to 10 acres, and they're usually 10 units per acre. And we call it camping, not cramping, because we don't want that. And this is just a max density. We're willing to reduce it down based on the facts if we come across certain trees that we don't want to take out, we'll eliminate a spot. But this is just so we don't have to come back to you later and say, oh, we need to have one more camping spot and just be compliant. The primitive area, to be honest with you, I don't know if we'll be able to develop that whole area because of the runoff in that area. But we're just proposing a max density and we're open to talk on that.
That's one quick question I would have, because the RV pads is 2.02 acres, cabins 0.21 acres, and there's 12 of them.
That's total, sir. Total acres taken up by those sites.
That's just the footprint of the actual cabin, right? So there's 12 of them times, not really.
750 square
He's
feet.
adding that up, and it's just the size of the cabins.
Now, I know it says here, combination land use, table 1-3, total acres for 12 cabins, 9,000 feet, 0.21. So is that chart wrong, or am I reading it wrong? Sounds like you're gonna put 12 750-foot cabins.
Cabins are 750 square foot.
20% of an
Which-
acre, that's only
Where's it?
50 or
What
something.
table is this?
Table 1-3,
Oh, in the PD?
Yeah,
maybe reading
in
it
the PD
wrong, but
document.
that's just, it looks kinda
But it's
concerning.
taken off of this.
So, yeah, it's,
You
It's
said
just a 750 square foot times 12.
12
Come-
cabins, 750 per cabin, that's 9,000 total square feet
Mm-hmm.
on 0.21 acres.
9,000 square feet is 0.2 acres. That's just the total footprint of the cabins added up.
If you put them all
That's
in one
that is.
space.
Not the acreage that it's on.
No,
sir.
it's
That
how
is-
much-
That is just the area of the rooftops,
Okay.
not on the total, the density calculation would be on for the entire property,
I
right?
got you, okay.
It's just if you put them all in one place, that's how much property it would take up.
But what about septic? What was the understanding with the septic? Because from what I read here, the health department hasn't approved anything.
Right.
So how are you gonna handle the septic?
We've got to do testing. We've got to know the perk rates of the material out there, the size of the fields and everything. And that is an unknown. We don't know the perk rates at this point.
Well, we have to go through EPT for design standards, and we need to do the engineering studies. And I don't want to just go in there and just start tearing trees down to do the engineering study and then get turned down on the possibility of doing this. That's a lot of investment to do, and we're not taking it lightly.
I understand you want to see if there's any interest from the board to allow such a PD. Before
Correct.
you find out if they can get they could get shot out of the saddle because they can't get septics. Or they can only put 12 RVs out there because that's all they would approve. I mean, they don't know that yet, but I get that you don't want to spend that money till you know if the board would be against
Right.
this type of PD.
And then you may change our density, and so we have to plan again.
Well, why don't we do this? We spent a lot of time on those speaking for. Let's listen to those who want to speak against tonight. And then,
Well, nobody's speaking for, we're just presenting, sir. We do have a lot of people here like to speak for,
okay.
that are individuals.
All right. Who's here tonight speaking for? If you just raise your hand so I can see.
Are they-
Okay. And you are, just so I can get an idea, your property owners around this?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm in Effingham County.
I just want to know, just kind of wave your hand if you're a property owner around this. You're a property owner around this? So we got one speaking for it as a property owner around it. Go ahead and I'll let you speak right now. I want to hear the other side, and then we're going to come back and get some to and fro's.
Thank y'all. My name is Terry Neesmith. I live at 148 Vicky Lane, which is a 1 mile from my doorstep to Tommy Long Landing. And I've lived there for 2 years now. I've been in the community for over 20 years. I've known Mr. Cohen for right at 3 years now, and we have become good friends and confidants. One of the things that people aren't talking about for this project is the opportunity for education for not just kids, but adults and kids alike. The opportunity to keep children and young adults away from other unseeming activities, We're here to offer educational systems as far as I'm into bushcraft and survival.
I think we can appreciate that as a board, that
Yeah.
if the educational side of it would be wonderful. I think the only question we're going to have in opposition to, from a constituents of course, is the density and the residential and things that go along with that. It's not,
right.
if you had just a camp out there where boys were being educated and trained and it's, you know.
Right.
I mean, I think it'd be different, but this is a PD.
Yeah, but it's definitely not a homeless community either,
Yeah.
right? How many
No.
of those we have in Effingham?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. So, I mean, they recognize the value for kids to be
Right.
educated and be a part of the creek. We're not trying to, we're
Okay.
not saying what we're gonna do yet, but we're not, there's no opposition to that.
right.
Okay.
Well, I mean, just in general, I think as far as for having it here, it's not only gonna just benefit Mr. Cohen, it's gonna benefit the community altogether.
Okay.
For the simple fact that it's going to, bring revenue in for Rankin and Springfield. Springfield's trying to bring their historic society back as far as in the city itself, you know? They're bringing in a lot of businesses within the city itself on Laurel.
Yeah,
You
I can
know,
see
a
that.
lot of them's restaurants and stuff like that. Those people are gonna appreciate more people coming in.
Sure. That'd be a good benefit of having some density, for sure.
Right, thank you.
Speaking forward. All right, we'll take a couple more. I want to hear from everyone tonight.
Hi, my name is Adrienne Weber. I am the land broker involved in this transaction, and the seller was not able to attend because she lives in New Jersey. So she has written a letter that I would like to read. So to whom this may concern, I'm the property owner of the 69 acres of land owned at said address. This property was purchased by my late grandfather back in the 1940s, who happened to be Tommy Long. I've been approached by other businesses who wanted to turn this site into a housing development. This is not what my late grandfather wanted. I feel that Backwater Expeditions offered me the best option to keep this property in its current natural state in honor of my grandfather's wishes for the land. Other realtors have made me aware that the property value is higher than what was offered by Backwater. However, I chose to accept their offer because the land will not be disrupted and can be continued to be enjoyed by others in its natural state.
Very
And
good.
that's from Marie Raimondo.
Appreciate it.
Okay,
It's a
thank
good
you.
letter. Thank you. Yes, sir, you want to speak? You give your name?
My name's Woody McKay. I'm from Guyton, Georgia. I live at mile marker 17 on 17. Been there 31 years. I was with Guyton Fire about 15, 16 years, assistant chief. I've worked with Brian with Guyton Fire for years. He's one of the few people I've seen that got on Ebenezer Creek and cleaned the creek and had a crew go down and clean that creek. He's very conscientious about the environment, and I think this thing would be real good for the tourism. I personally kayak. I've got two friends in South Carolina I went to high school with. We kayak together, Santee, Edisto River, Ebenezer, and in Florida, and some of the other rivers in Georgia. I think this would be great.
Okay, thank you,
That's
sir.
just my opinion.
Thank you,
And
appreciate it.
I think he'll do a very good job with it, too.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Tony Zimlick, and I am speaking in favor of this. I'll be very brief. I just want to read a letter from Miss Patsy Shearhouse Ziegler, who I'm sure you all are very familiar with. And I would like, sir, to give you a little anecdotal evidence as far as people staying on the campground, what benefit that would provide. I can give you two examples. What a valuable service Backwater is to Effingham County. Visitors have been given tours on Ebenezer Creek, educating them on the interesting history and the native culture that inhabited the area. As curator of the Georgia Salzburger Society, I served with Mr. Cohen on the Heritage Day celebration held on Labor Day at the Jerusalem Lutheran Church grounds. He has assisted this society in raising money to preserve the historical buildings. Excuse me. Mr. Cohen is trustworthy and very interested in keeping Effingham County a safe place to live. I understand that he wants to build a campground on his property on Wiley Road. What a wonderful endeavor for Effingham County. This is such a good area for this facility. It would give visitors and Effingham residents a place to enjoy nature and their surroundings. It would be beneficial to provide outdoor activities for our youth and families. Also, it would help with the economy and bring in revenue as visitors will be shopping in the area. And on your topic of camping and whatnot, access to the creek, we're members, or we work with a veterans organization called Fight the War Within. And Brian, he'll never tell you this, but he sponsors them, and we get groups of veterans out on the creek. As a combat veteran myself, excuse me, I'll keep it to y'all, I can attest for the healing properties of the creek. It is a wonderful place, and I'm sure all of y'all agree this, anybody that's spent time on there. So I want to just bring that to the attention. It's not just a money-making scheme. It also provides a valuable benefit to disabled veterans, and I want that to be noted. And if I may address the community very quickly, please keep in mind we are all neighbors. At the end of the day, we got to look each other in the face. We still love the creek. That doesn't change. So if you see us on the creek, regardless of what happens, we're neighbors, and we all want the same thing. So thank you, and thank you.
Okay.
Excuse me, Rebecca Watson. I live in Springfield. I also own a business in Springfield. Mr. Cohen has been a member of the Springfield Merchants Association for years. He is a wonderful, good steward of that creek. He also cares about the community in a whole. As a member of the Merchants Association, he gets nothing from us because we focus on the downtown area or the businesses in Springfield. Yet this man still, when it has no benefit to him whatsoever, when we were in charge of the Fall Festival, he paid his employees to come and work the Fall Festival because we did not have enough we didn't have enough people to run the booth that we were doing. He is a good steward. Someone was asking about the number of people that would hit that creek at one time. You have no control over how many people hit that creek at one time anyway, because 20 buses can pull up to Tommy Long and unload with their kayaks and hit that creek and go. So you have, unless you're gonna put a meter somewhere, you have no control of that. At least if you're going to have that sort of situation, have somebody in charge of it that cares about this community, who is a good steward of the land, whose business depends on that being maintained as an eco-friendly situation. Be open-minded. And now I want to address, like the other gentleman did, the people here that are against it, that live around the area. I've been before these commissioners before. As many people in this county have been before these commissioners before. And they, no matter how many people show up against something like warehouses.
Be careful about, I don't want to start a
I'm sorry,
precedent.
I didn't mean to, I wanted you to be able.
Precedent, but you need to look
But,
at us, really.
okay,
'Cause I don't wanna
well,
start a
the
precedent.
whole
We
thing
don't
with
usually
them.
allow the, to
Okay,
talk, 'cause
the
that
whole
can
thing
cause
with,
issues.
okay,
Yeah.
the whole thing with this is that when it comes down to it, you better think, because just because if they come back and vote this down, somebody's gonna be coming for that land. And it might not be somebody that's gonna take care of it and who appreciates the history of it.
Correct, the PD
And
may not be the.
They
worst
might
thing
not
that
be.
happened in
And
that
I
area.
had one person that lives out there also mention, oh, they're not gonna bring industry up that river because of the bridge at the I-95. Well, a big piece of property in Clio did, and it was built, it was bought specifically for logistics, for transporting and removing timber from this county.
Okay.
So if you think it's not gonna come north, it is. So I'm just saying, be careful what you wish for, and go with somebody you know that's, whose livelihood depends on this being productive. And pray that it's not gonna be a warehouse if they vote it down.
Sure, very good, okay. We're gonna listen to anyone today that's speaking in opposition to this.
Thank you. I asked to go first, and I may or may not have someplace else to be. I was supposed to be someplace else, but we may have overshot that.
I'll let
But,
him say his name yet for you.
my name is Mickey Kicklighter. I was asked to come originally by Ed Hansen, and then I was told to come by Kim Summers, Pratt's wife. That was not quite an ask. I'm here to speak against this zoning application. And I don't know Brian Cohen at all. I don't have anything against him. This is not at all personal. I don't know why some think that it is, but it is not. This is a zoning application, and this is a PD zoning application. And as I recall, and I didn't research this, but my understanding of PD is you're not only is approving the zoning, but you're also approving the original site plan. So to say that we're not discussing a lot of different aspects at one time, I think we are. But, and I want to address this purely based on the fact that it is a zoning application to change from AR1 to PD recreation. In all due respect to Mr. Yellen, I think the representation that AR1 is purely agricultural is not completely accurate, particularly when you can see that this piece of property is surrounded by nothing but homes. It's not surrounded by any farms or any chicken. Well, some of them may have chickens, I don't know, but it's all surrounded by residential. Also, I think Commissioner Floyd brought up an interesting question on the density. Now, their zoning application says they're going to be 94 units consisting of, and that of including, but it wasn't restrictive. And somewhere in their application they're going to limit the density to 5 people per unit, or they have to get another lot. So let's just assume the number that was thrown out by Chairman Corbett, that there's 88 rental units times 5 is 440 people that may be there at any one time as renters. There's also at least 6 units that are for staff, and Mr. Cohen is going to live there himself. Now, the first thing that I want to address is it consistent? Well, let me go back. As some of you may know, at one time I served on the planning board, so I'm a little bit familiar with the process. But and there are 8 typical questions you as board members are required to think about when you're trying to decide on a zoning application or a rezoning application. Number 1, is it consistent with the county's comprehensive plan? Well, you've been told by the applicants that it is. I submit to you that it is not. And I point out, and I'm quoting from the comprehensive plan, that we are required to, that's my words, this is quoting, provide protection and preservation of natural resources by promoting the use of natural buffers, providing green corridors, creating greenway trails, preserving Ebenezer Creek, and cooperating with the natural resources, and on and on. Also, it states we're to preserve historic sites, including listings on the National Register of Historic Places and the Ebenezer community, and then it goes on. Interestingly enough, Mr. Cohen, as he stated, was on the comprehensive plan that helped draft this. So one of the specifics of our comprehensive plan is to preserve Ebenezer Creek. And I submit to you that the plan zoning application as submitted to you does not preserve Ebenezer Creek. Could question number 2, could the proposed zoning overload facilities? Now, in and of itself, because I don't think any of these people will be using the schools or anything else, but it's going to create a facilities issue for the homeowners in the area, and particularly the 5 homeowners who are going to have to drive through this RV park, for lack of a better term, every day to and fro to get to their home and not get to their home. Number 3, could traffic created traverse neighborhoods leading to congestion, noise, and traffic hazards? Again, to the 5 people that have to drive through every day, it's going to be a nightmare. To the other homeowners along Wiley Road, it's going to be a nightmare. If you have this facility full, the 88 places, and if they are correct that it's going to contribute financially to the community, you're going to have somewhere north of 200 people coming in and out every day. And the local homeowners are going to have to deal with that, the ones that adjoin and the ones that are across the street. Question number 4, does the property have a reasonable other economic use? Well, the petitioner herself has already told you that she does, in that she's been offered more money by others for this same piece of property. According to a local real estate appraiser, the mini farms, which would be consistent with the existing homeowners in the area, could generate between $600,000 and $1 million just in real estate sales. And I also want to point out that some of the adjoining landowners have actually attempted several times to communicate with the owner, who does live in New Jersey, in an effort to buy the property, and she has not responded to any of them. So it does have a viable alternative economic use. Does the rezoning constitute spot zoning? In my opinion, yes. Now, interestingly, you were told this is not a mobile home park and the mobile home rules don't apply. That's not correct. Under our code, RVs are considered to be mobile homes. So the issues that you have in mobile homes in our county code do apply. And the preamble to the mobile home section of our county ordinance specifically states that mobile homes should be in separate areas due to the density issues and the construction differences. Code word for economic impact on the adjoining landowners. Number 6, would the proposed change adversely affect use or usability of adjacent property? Well, number 1, primarily, particularly to the 5 landowners who would have to traverse this property to get to their land, their properties are going to plummet. Again, according to a local real estate appraiser, probably 40% or more, just because they're going to have to drive through the RV park to get to their residences. Number 7, are adjoining property owners opposed to the project? Almost all of the adjoining property owners are opposed. Number 8, are there other conditions that affect this project? In my opinion, this is the most significant reason why you should deny this project. This project is, would be designated by the department, the Georgia Department of Public Health, as a tourist accommodation because it has, and it was mentioned in the presentation, it has more than 25 places for residents to be. In this case, they're either RV sites, the camping sites, the historic sites, but there are more than 25. And in fact, I think it was, I counted 91. Mr. Corbett did 88. I don't do math, he does, so I'll go with him. But that creates some interesting issues. What are the interesting issues created by this being in a tourist accommodation? Number 1, it is an absolute requirement, section 511-6-2-.07, that the water supply has to be a public water system. It cannot be private wells. It has to be a public water system. So, and I don't think, because of the impact area, now there may be some private public water providers that may have taps left, but I disagree that they're going to get permitted to get in the Mycene water table. They are going to have to get a public water system to operate this facility. Number 2, and more importantly, septic tanks are not going to be allowed. Because it's a tourist accommodation under sections 511-6-2.09, 08, 09, and 10, you're going to have a septic system. Now you can, it doesn't have to be county water and sewer. It could be a private septic system. These are the rules and regulations for a private septic system. One of the things of interest to me while we were sitting around waiting was when y'all were talking about the sewage lift system and how expensive it was and how the county running the sewage system, which I still agree is a great idea, and the intricacies affiliated with that, you're going to have some entity that can run a private sewage system to protect Ebenezer Creek. And specifically, the code sections, the regulations require before any sewage can be released, it has to have gone through a treatment system. That's 511-6-2.102. So septic tanks aren't going to work. And in my opinion, the fact that they don't have the water and sewer covered is a fatal defect to this application as it is a PD application. Now, as I've said, this is not personal. And it shouldn't be personal. It should be personal for y'all. Now, the people that live there, I understand. They've got a vested interest and it's their homes, and I understand being emotional, but it's not personal. And, now think about, you may have as many as 440 people there, and they certainly plan on being successful. They've told us that numerous times. So you're gonna have at least 200 people there on a nightly basis. Not only do we have to worry about the affluent, the septic system, but remember, a certain number of these campers are gonna have their contained systems. And that's recognized in the state's rules and regs. So how do you deal with that? Well, you have dump stations. And you have to install dump stations in this RV facility to meet the state requirements. What is a dump station? A dump station is where somebody's pulling their RV up to disload their sewage waste products. And there are specific requirements on how these dump stations have to be run and have to be maintained. And we're kidding ourselves if we think that some of that is not going to get into Ebenezer Creek. Not to mention the trash that's going to be present when you have 200 to 500 people in the area. That's going to get into Ebenezer Creek. Now, I applaud Mr. Cohen for his efforts to keep the creek clean. We all benefit from that. But this plan is not a bad business plan. This plan is not bad for the county. This plan is just in a bad place for this plan. It should be somewhere else. Where else? I don't know. Maybe Ron Arnold's old sand pit up near the Ogeechee River. And I'm sure there are other places in the county where you could get access to water. But this is a bad location for this plan. Thank you very much. If y'all have any questions, I have a few minutes. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to excuse myself if that's okay. Anything?
Okay, good. I did see one other person wanted to stand up and speak forward. I'm gonna allow that real quick if you just make it 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Was there somebody that stood up in the back that wanted to speak forward? Take 2 minutes and then we'll continue on with the public hearing from those who are speaking against it.
I'll be real quick. My name's Tom Hodgson. I'm a member of the Historic Society Board. And I just wanted to first say, Brian is a person who takes the area very seriously. He's a naturalist, and I support that. The other thing that I don't know how many people understand is the museum gets hundreds of people from all over the country coming in every year. And they come in, they fill out our form, and then they get back on the interstate. They see our information and drive off the interstate and come visit us. Hundreds every year. And we're not getting much benefit. The county is not getting much benefit from them because then they just leave. So that's all I just wanted to say.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anybody else speaking against this tonight? Speaking in opposition to the planned rezoning? Is everybody on the board, y'all need a bathroom break or anything?
Yeah, I could use one.
I'll tell you what, we're gonna take a 5-minute, y'all might even need one too. We might think better and make. We're gonna take 5 minutes and use the restroom. We'll come right back and we'll continue with those speaking in opposition. We're going to call this meeting back into order. And we have all our commissioners back now, so we're going to move forward. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak against this? And please, because we're getting late, try to limit it to things that are different maybe that haven't been said already. That'd be great.
Okay, I'll try to be as brief as I can. Good evening, my name is Pratt Summers. I live at 119 High Bluff Road. I'm one of the residents, one of the 5 residents that lives down the private easement, or what was heretofore perhaps a private easement. First, let me start by saying I don't have a personal grudge against Brian Cohen and the people of Backwater Expeditions. I have to admit, the more I learn about the gentleman, the more I'm inspired by, him following his dream and his commitment. And the product of his work, it's obvious he's invested considerable time and resources into his development. But I hope likewise he won't take personal offense at me speaking my mind and what I feel this development would do for my residents, and speaking from my perspective. Again, as I said, I live at one of the 5 residences that would have to transit the quarter-mile easement down the RV park. And that's the access to my existing home. I think if I can just show you. It's been pointed out to you before, this is an existing easement. It's 400 feet long, roughly, and there are 5 residences in here, many of whom are represented here tonight. My home was a product that, Mr. Cohen has dreams, and my home was a product of my dreams as well. My wife Kim and I, designed it and worked with the Kiefer brothers to build it for us. And like so many of us, our houses represent a considerable amount of our personal net worth, and may have to be used at some point to fund our retirements. And so, we have to guard its value. And 4 of the 5 houses that would have to transit the RV park were built in the 2002, 2003 timeframe. There was a lady named Miss Yvonne Hallman who lived down the easement much longer on 11 acres. When she learned of this potential development, she sold her property to a lady named Miss Diane Price, who only learned about this potential development after the closing on her property. There's also another 11 acres adjacent to this property and one nearby resident that is not adjacent that's put on the market since this issue has come up. The property owners are clearly anticipating, a diminution in the values of their properties, and they've sold out. I have too much invested in my property to move away so quickly. I didn't know how to assess property values, so I did the cheap and easy thing. I went to Zillow, and the 5 residences that would have to transit the RV park, the combined value on Zillow was $2.3 million, and I can see these 5 families losing 35% of their property value. Mickey said 40. That was his estimate. I used 35. That represents about $800,000 of value to these 5 families. And there are 16 other contiguous properties adjacent to this property with a combined value of $3.5 million. If those families only lost 20%, that's another $700,000 in value lost. Clearly, this is a residential community. The 20 surrounding properties and the ones surrounding those are all zoned AR1, AR2, and AR3. And, I've tried to find the words to express my feelings about the incompatibility of this zoning request. And Mickey touched on it, so I won't go further into that. But the county's own regulations state that, mobile home parks and RV parks are covered under the mobile home rules, that they're incompatible with residential areas, and the two should be kept separate, and they deserve their own zoning areas. So I look at this as spot zoning. And this development will be an unnecessary nuisance for the 5 residences that have to transit that quarter mile through the RV park. Our formerly private easement would intersect with the commercial RV park's roadway network in 3 locations. It's interesting that their drawing here has a security shack here, where they come in, and everybody would come in on one road. And again, keep in mind, we're going to talk about density. This is an unpaved road, and I haven't heard any plans to pave. And you're going to have these big diesel pusher motorhomes coming down this road. And my question is, who's going to here, and then they're gonna cross the easement again here. So there's 3 intersections with the easement. It's just gonna be an open road network with no distinguishment of the private residences in there. You know, our houses would be behind the facade of Backwater's RV park because he shows you where his signage would be on the road, and he's gonna, you know, sort of mark the easement as his total development. And Backwater has showed no plans to distinguish our residences as private, and as we said, the roads all intersect. So we expect Backwater's patrons would, you know, freely roam our driveways, properties, and probably consider our private pools and ponds as part of the amenities. And there's one gentleman, it's not myself, we talked about creek access earlier, there's one resident that has creek access, but he has his own dock on the creek that's adjacent to this, and you know, I'm sure people are gonna be all over his dock and in his backyard and in his developed creek access. So beyond the issues related to zoning incompatibility, Backwater Expedition's zoning application and site development plan, you know, in my mind, don't meet the state's and county's minimum requirements for planned development consideration. And I gotta stop right here because I'm kind of at a loss tonight, because what I'm hearing is that we're gonna approve a zoning request separate from a separate from a master plan. And it's my understanding that the master plan is presented just like a subdivision, and then the zoning is approved. The zoning is an approval of the master plan. They're not separate. Now, hopefully I'll get an education on that tonight.
Well, the preliminary plan is approved as part of the zoning change, and then when they're in a PD, it's different than a standard rezoning, and then the final master plan is then approved after that. So it does require to have a preliminary plan approved now, but it does not have to be. It's kind of like a sketch plan as we have in our approval process for subdivisions. There can be some modifications to it, but if it's materially different than what the board approved, then it has to go in front of the board again.
So that's my understanding. What is the public process for the master sketch plan? This is the public's last chance to comment on the master sketch plan?
My understanding, this is the public opportunity here. And then,
correct.
And if it's approved, then again, he'll have to come up with a master plan that meets what the preliminary was, the density and all the things he shared. The environmental people may get involved and say you can't put that much density, or you can't put it here or there or whatever, and that would, of course, change everything.
So, a PD would have to be, the PD text would then have to be approved by the board again. So there is a second process to this.
And that would be public?
And that would be a subsequent meeting.
A public meeting?
Public meeting, yes.
Okay.
It's similar, matter of fact, we have one tonight. There was a PD residential, and now they're coming to us with the PD text.
Right. Okay. Well, I appreciate that, and I've just been thrown off by the fact that, nobody has had the benefit of the earth and mounds discussion, the removed parking spaces. We don't know what's going on there, the removed outdoor stage. So I came up and checked on the master plan Wednesday of last week, I believe it was, and all this has been changed apparently here tonight at the meeting, and so the public here doesn't have the benefit of some of the changes that I'm hearing are being made on the fly here.
Yeah, gotcha. So Tim, if it did get approved tonight, there would be another opportunity for speaking into the text of the PD.
That's correct.
Okay, which would cover the things that this gentleman's raised.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay. But I'm going to go ahead and speak quickly to the plan development considerations. The Georgia Department of Public Health regulations, and Mickey touched on this a little, and so I'll try to paraphrase here. They require community wells or public water, and there's no individual wells allowed. I mean, that's straight out of the zoning laws for the PD development. There's no public water available and no Georgia EPD approval for this community well in the permit application. More importantly, the property is under, as I understand it, is under the coastal moratorium on community wells to protect the and I may have incorrectly said the Floridian aquifer, if it's the Miocene aquifer, perhaps that's
If
more
I might
correct.
suggest to you, yeah, we really are fully aware of the aquifer concerns and EPD's lack of approval of this stuff. We're really just trying to hear, besides those objections, are there objections to a RV campground park? Your objection is very well noted. You live right behind it. It's just my opinion. I do believe it will impact your property in a negative way, possibly. So,
Right.
and I have to consider that.
Okay, so, let me go on one more thing on the community wells, because their master sketch plan shows a network of 3 private wells is how they plan to provide the water here. And that's just, it's not gonna work under the Department of Public Health rules.
See, that's what I'm saying, the Department of Public Health, if they deny it, they couldn't do it. So
Right.
there's no really reason to address that tonight, and reason why we would not want this zoning. They cannot do what public health, if you're right, and I think you are, they wouldn't let them do it, then they can't do it. So we really just need to focus on, is this zoning fit the master plan? Is it, all the things that, is it something we want to have in the community at this location? The technical things about, for instance, the water runoff, that's controlled by EPD. They'll not allow them to let water run off if they build something. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to cut you off, but there's a lot of things there that really aren't pertinent, I don't think, to your thoughts about, is this an appropriate zoning change?
Yeah, okay. So, moving on to another issue, I'll leave this water and sewer alone, because I think I think those are insurmountable hurdles that this development is gonna face with the Department of Public Health. So we'll leave that alone. There is no call, or the plan development ordinance calls for depiction of fire lanes and fire hydrants on the site development plan. And, without, other than hearing about 1,000-gallon water cisterns to fight fires with, I haven't seen any plans to provide for fire protection or the pressurization of the delivery of the water. And a development on this scale, at maximum occupancy, I calculated 538 guests if you include the staff. It's a considerable, density there. There are no plans for providing fire water inside the tightly packed RV sites that somebody commented on earlier. There's only 20-foot wide one-way dirt roads through these tightly packed RV homes, and I just think there ought to be a fire marshal approval here. Moving on, there's the plan development ordinance calls for the location of proposed drainage systems, including off-site areas of interconnection. There's been no work done on that, and I'll move on from that. And then, although not specifically called out in the plan development ordinance, there really needs to be a traffic study performed for this, because it's really going to affect Wiley Road and what the county has to do to maintain Wiley Road. I mean, in my mind, simply put, this is a commercial operation that's being masqueraded as a recreational operation due to the theme of the operation. By my count, there's 291 parking spaces in front of the development, and by my estimate, behind them, there'll be another 128 vehicles back in the RV park. And so you've got a combined total of 419 vehicles. And, by comparison, I counted the parking spaces in front of the Kroger in Rincon as 506. And that, that area has 5 paved entrances and signalized intersections supporting, the Kroger.
Right, so part of your objection is
traffic density.
And density and what it's gonna put on the property.
And what we're proposing here, I keep hearing low impact, but what I hear by low impact is dirt roads, and this is the same road network we're gonna have to drive on. And it just, I'm just very concerned at what this is gonna evolve into. Then there's the narrative of the permit application that describes access to the Ebenezer Creek on this, and the site development plan depicts a bait shop and boat storage. Yet there's no detail for creek access, and that would require Corps of Engineers approval. And then, finally, the plan development ordinance requires backwater to provide the specifically contemplated form of ownership of development and detailed provisions for maintenance responsibility and for all improvements, including but not limited to the parking areas, bikeways, pedestrians, ways, stormwater drainages, and water and sewage, open spaces, private streets. And I'm not finding that in their application. You know, and I hate to say it, but I'm not finding any depth to Backwater Expeditions LLC. Mr. Cohen, it's a given what you've done for this community and what you've done volunteering and so many people speaking on your behalf. I just have to be honest, my concern is that we get started with a development and it fails because there's no backing there. Because this is a considerable development when you look at the size of it, and you've got the restaurants, the outdoor stage, the pavilions, the mini golf, you know, this is a considerable investment. And what I'd hate to see is this get started and fail. And then the county's got a blight, and then us as a neighborhood has a blight that we struggle with. And look, I know this is your dream, and but you know,
Please keep your comments up, because this is
should.
for the board tonight. I know you want to talk with them with that.
Well,
Work should have been done earlier.
Yeah, okay. But anyway, if, you know, the application states they've been in continuous operation since 2000, but the Georgia Corporate Registry shows they opened in 2005, let their registration lapse in
Listen, I'm gonna
2008.
cut you, that's not pertinent to the.
Well, okay.
Well,
I think it
we've got a lot of good
speaks to the.
information tonight, but we can go on a long time about the history of how long companies have been there. For specific objections to this rezoning is what we need to hear from.
Okay. Well, I think that what I need to speak to is the depth of the organization, and would it be an ongoing concern there, and do they have the depth to develop this property? Because I think the county would do a disservice, you know, to itself and to a bank if it loans money on this without performing the proper due diligence. Because if you approve this zoning request tonight and the property's purchased and then the property owner winds up, you know, with something that can't be developed due to a lack of resources, then the county's going to go through this process again.
We have no way to analyze and evaluate that, though. We can appreciate that. We got to look at strictly, is this a zoning that fits the area? And what's the reasons why it should not maybe be zoned? Not the technical reasons why it won't function or work, but does it fit the county's plan? And does it have the water and sewer requirement? We have policies on water and sewer as well. We require things of this nature, of density, to be on public water systems or so forth. So we understand all those hurdles.
Yeah, okay.
So is there anything added to what we've already said?
No,
Why
I
you
think
object to
that's what I came and I wanted to share tonight. And Chairman Corbett, I appreciate your patience in letting me speak and say my piece here. And I appreciate the turnout tonight as part of this public process. And
Absolutely. And I understand your concern. I really don't think I don't understand your concern when I try to cut it off and move it along. I do understand your concern.
I know we're running long.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Who tonight is in opposition to this PD rezoning? Just kind of get the board to get an idea. Okay, all right. I got it. Now, is there anything different? Because we've been on this for an hour and a half.
Mine's different.
All right, I'll take one more comment that's different, and then we're gonna see if the board has any questions. Because we've had about equal time between the 2 or 3 speakers on both sides.
Good evening, men. I'm Andy Hudson. Most of y'all know me. I'm gonna put on the spot about a half a dozen people that I'm gonna turn around just briefly.
You need to keep
Okay,
comments
all
to
right.
hear.
Well, the people on the next to the back row, most of us lived and raised on Ebenezer Creek. This gentleman over here, Mr. Floyd, whoever designed this pillar stuff, the architect messed it up somehow.
It's structural. You're thankful it's there, or that wall would be on your head.
I think we can do better. Okay. One thing, Mr. Floyd, that you said earlier, and I'm going to put the people back here on the back, not quite on the back row, but we was raised on the Ebenezer Creek. And it can get very populated. You know, you got rednecks on one side and southern gentlemen on the other. One won't heed to the other. Next thing you know, somebody's getting a boat crash.
I need you to get to your point.
All right,
why
get
you
to my
objected
point.
to it.
Does Effingham County have a marine patrol? You're going to need one. Backwater expedition, what does it say? You know, it's an expedition. It's kayaks against boats. Now, how you gonna regulate that? I don't know. But I know about 2 months ago, a whole family got wiped out, as we all know, on Wimpton River. Do we want to one day recognize that we put something in the wrong spot? That we do have Southern gentlemen and women, Southern ladies, who will heed and will use common sense. Then you got the rednecks, and then you got the ones who won't pay attention. And then before you know it, you kill somebody.
I got you.
I don't believe
This
the
is
kayaking is where it needs to be at.
Gotcha. So your point is well made. Is this a spot? But please don't comment from the audience. But this is something we've already heard and addressed, that there is a concern about the density of canoeing and activities in the creeks. That's not really new, and I appreciate what you're sharing.
I think it was new to him. He brought it up. He brought public safety.
He was asking.
Yeah.
We're aware of that, and that's the comments that have already been made. So we're aware that there could be some real density on this creek area that is a reasonable objection from many folks.
Oh, yeah.
We get that.
Okay. Well, that's what's different. All the other things, I agree with that.
Okay.
We're just gonna have, one day we're gonna wake up and somebody's gonna get hurt. I think it's too populated to have kayaks. And how you regulate it, I don't know.
We got it. We hear it.
Okay, well, that's all I got to say.
I appreciate it, man. I'm sorry.
Let's work on this
We got
pillar.
to move this along. All right. I'm gonna give you just 3 minutes to respond to the comments so that we can have some discussion among the board, because they may have some questions, and we got to bring this to a close.
No.
I think we've had a good opportunity to hear from both sides.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, and thank you for giving me the brief moment to offer a rebuttal. I do just want to clarify that we've all been understanding of the EPD and DPH process throughout this whole time, fully knowing that if we do not get the approval for the on-site systems that were proposed, that this project cannot be developed, but understanding that it's a considerable undertaking to go through that testing now. The second point I do want to bring up is that the plan as submitted is in full compliance with the plan requirements under the PD ordinance. The fire lanes, the location of the systems, that all comes back to you at a later date in the development plan process, which is a completely different section of the ordinance. Section 515 of the Effingham County zoning ordinance says, only after the PD zoning has been approved may the applicant submit a site plan for development. There is no question here that what we've submitted meets the requirements for the submittal. We're not trying to hide the ball. We did this because we know we have to come back with a site plan in the future, which will address some of the concerns that we've heard today. Simply want to reiterate that the plan and the zoning as AR1, we were not stating that it's a single-family zoning. We were stating that it does permit commercial uses. And so what we have before you today is a planned development that this commission can control, that this commission can say, here's the conditions that we want to see. There's a 15-page text of regulations that we've submitted to this board that governs how this site will be operated. If this applicant goes away and it's AR1, anyone can come in and do 10 single-family homes with an approved subdivision. Anyone can come in without review and put in the chicken farm. Anyone can come in and put in the bed and breakfast and the campsite. So this is the opportunity, and why we are here is to hear your feedback and to hear the concerns so that we can make this plan the best possible for the community. And even as was stated before, within the Ebenezer Creek Historic Preservation Area, what better use than here to have the museum honoring the creek, to preserve it in its natural state. We're trying to preserve the site in its natural state, as the property seller indicated why she chose Mr. Cohen to purchase this site, because she didn't want a developer coming in and clear cutting it. We're here to preserve the site. With anyone else, that opportunity is not present. We do respectfully request that you approve of this rezoning, but we did want to have the dialogue with you to see what conditions can be imposed on it and what we can do to make it the best, both for the neighbors surrounding it and for the community at large. So thank you all.
All right, with that, we're going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to see if there's any discussion or comments or questions from the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go first. For Mr. Cohen, thank you for your service with the fire department. Thank you for your community involvement. Sound like a really good person. But here, I've got quite a few concerns, but I'll end with my two major concerns. Road quality, easement road allowances. We're going to have multiple people using this easement, crossing other easements. I've already talked with someone at the city of Springfield. There is no water infrastructure close to this. It is my understanding that in PD you have to have public water. So that's a major deal breaker for me. And then also when you look at the map, you can tell that majority of this is residential homes around this area. And I just don't think this is the right place for this plan.
Any other commission?
My concern is the same thing. I mean, I've always supported personal property rights, but fine, but the utilization of the creek, which is everybody's, that's what I have an issue with. I just think it's going to put too much on that little section of creek.
Can I comment on that?
No, sir, not right now. But if they have a question for you, you can, but we've already had the opportunity to share both sides, so.
No, I mean, that's just my concern. I mean, it may not be. You said there's not everybody canoes. I'm just thinking, and then the utilization of that creek, we have to be a camper on your property to get there. Otherwise, we got to go to the, I guess, Tommy Long Landing, what's the next? Because you don't own the creek.
Yeah, let me share a couple of things too that concern me about this location. I wish we had a good campsite somewhere, but I just don't know this is the right location. You got residents in the back of you, and it's residents that are going to deal with this. I do think it's going to impact their property values. That's just my opinion, but I think it is. And I do camping with my family, and we do tent camping and all. When you have a campsite like this, people are outside. They don't stay inside. They do the campfires, and they're out there, and there is noise. I've been in them, and I'm thinking, I wish they'd go to sleep over there in campsite 3 from me. I can't imagine having residential and that being next to them all the time. So it is different. There's a lot of density here. The water and sewer is a real concern for me, but I don't see this, as the gentleman said, it was passive recreational. To me, this is not a good example of this density with the noise that I know and the traffic that would be there in a residential section. And I think it violates our water and sewer policy already that I thought they were supposed to be on a public water system. And I'm probably not saying that exactly right, but isn't there some requirements on
Well, for
density?
PDs, it does require them to show us their access to water and sewer. The struggle on this, as we mentioned earlier, as Katie mentioned, which is why we did not make a recommendation, is every other PD that we've had has had access to public water and sewer. This is different. It has to be designed, and completely understanding that he does not want to invest the money in the design and give us a firm answer prior to knowing the disposition of the property. So that's kind of the crossroads we were at.
Yeah, I don't have a vote. I'm just the chairman. I just regulate the meetings, but I have real concerns about not having a campsite in Effingham County. I think it's just going to have bigger buffers away from residential and the water, the sewer, I guess, next to the creek. And I understand that the EPD would monitor that. So a lot of the comments were made tonight about the affluent, what would happen. I know that would be, EPD is going to have some really tight regulations, and you probably couldn't do all that you think you can do anyway, but I don't have a decision about that. I'm looking at the location and the residents around it, and I don't think this fits that area. It's just my thought. But any other commissions? If they have a question for you, you get to respond, but they have to, this is their time.
Yeah. My biggest concern is the water and sewer, particularly the water. It's just too big of a contingency, to approve contingent upon. I don't think we've ever done this dense of a development contingent upon availability.
Not that I recall.
Unless I'm wrong, but.
Yeah. Water sewer is huge. I just can't forget the people in the back there too.
That's kind of where I'm at. I love the idea.
I
I
do
think
too.
it'd be awesome. It'd be a wonderful thing to have. It'd be an exciting opportunity to have a camping place. My subdivision is literally a quarter mile away from an RV park. I drive by it to go to work every day, and you forget it's there. So I don't think that's a huge impact. I can't get past the parcel owners behind it. That's the tough part. Yeah, you know, how do you accommodate that? I think there's gonna be some real, any other time I hear people, oh, you put this beside me, it's gonna diminish my value, and most of the time it never does. In this case, you know, all of a sudden I'm using my easement, now I'm going through an RV park to get to my house. If I had to resell my house, I would think it would impact me in some way. And I think there's gonna be a real impact in this case for those people behind it, and that part I just can't get past.
And we would not approve of multifamily housing out there because it doesn't have the water and sewer that it required. So it wouldn't be a question, but this is a density comparable to a multifamily housing. So,
There's a good rate over at Atlas.
huh?
There's a good
Yeah,
rate over
I
there.
mean,
at
there's
Atlas.
places for this. I
We
mean, like I
got
say,
some places we might talk to you about if you want.
I think you've done an excellent job with that. And I love the passion about the creek and everything. I think,
Yeah.
I believe in what you're doing. It's just, you know, when you directly affect people in that way, that much, I'll feel the same way if I live behind there, you know? And I've gotta go with that part of it.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for either side?
Can I just bring up something really
No,
quick?
ma'am. We already closed the public hearing. I'm
just-
sorry. We've got to move when it's been too long.
I know, but I've got a really good point, I promise.
I'll give you 1 minute.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I really got a good point. And from somebody that has traveled, I mean, I've traveled from Georgia to California more than once. It's not an impact that you think that it is. The campgrounds that I have stayed in, you know, traveling and doing cross-country, and again, more than once, the traffic's not there like you think it is. I mean, I've stayed, so just keep that in your mind, that there's not going to be that much traffic. You just,
We get it. We got
and
that.
then, it's a different world. Campers are a different breed of people.
I got you.
So
We-
just
I'm gonna leave-
be open-minded.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it back to the commission. Okay. Any other questions for the commission for either side or discussion? All right, I'm gonna call for a motion. I gotta turn my
I'll make a motion to deny the request.
motion by Mr. Deloach to deny. Got a second?
A second.
Second by Mr. Kiefer. All in favor of denying the request, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it is unanimous that the request is denied. Okay, and so we won't have any need for the second reading tonight, and we'll move on to our rest of our planning meeting. I'm gonna give a couple minutes if those who are here for that one item want to dismiss. But if you do it quietly and quickly, that'll help us. Still got a long meeting left. You got a late night, so if you still need to exit, if you do that quietly for us. And no more conversation, please, while we're trying to do our business,
Thank-
unless it's with the agenda and you're at the mic. Thank you so much. We got a lot of business yet to cover. All righty, we are still in our planning board hearings. The first one on the planning board is a public hearing is, planning board recommends, if you could please keep the conversation down so we can continue our business, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. The planning board recommends approving an application by William Wilson, request to rezone 1 acre out of 24.24 acres located at 342 Otis Seconder Road from AR1 to AR2 to allow for the creation of a home site, map number 415, parcel number 32 in the second district.
Hi, good evening, y'all.
Let the zoning administrator go ahead and start.
So that's pretty
pretty
much
much it.
the long and the short of it. Mr. Wilson is creating a 1 acre home site for his
Right.
son,
Let me try to save
because
some
it's
time
less
here.
than
Is
5 acres.
I'm gonna try to save some time. Is anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this rezoning? You are? In opposition?
We've rezoned twice.
Are you in opposition?
What we're trying to do is, that's the.
He couldn't hear you.
We know what you're trying to do. Anyone speaking in opposition tonight? Against
Speaking
it?
against us, no.
Okay. There's a, seeing no opposition, I'm gonna see if the board is ready to make a vote.
Make a
Close the
motion
hearing.
to approve with planning board recommendations.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Deloach, to approve with planning board and staff recommendations. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. When we have an uncontested one, we don't spend a lot of time on it.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by William Wilson, request to rezone 1 acre out of 24.24 acres located at 342 Otis Seconder Road from AR1 to AR2 to allow for the creation of a home site, map number 415, parcel number 32 in the second district. Do you have a motion to approve the second reading?
I make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Floyd to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes, and it is done. Okay? Thank you. Item number 3, under public hearings, the planning board recommends approving an application by Mamie H. Johnson to rezone 2.53 acres located at 540 Brogdon Road from AR1 to AR2 to allow for the creation of a home site, map number 319, parcel number 13 in the 3rd district.
Again, it is under 5 acres. Ms. Johnson would like to at some point split it. Staff recommends alternative number 1 for approval.
Okay. And there's enough acreage to do that. Anyone speaking in opposition to this tonight? Seeing no one, I'll see if, I'll close the public hearing and see if there's a motion from the board.
I'll make a motion to approve with staff and planning board recommendations.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette to approve with staff and planning board recommendations. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 4 is the second reading of the item we just did. Consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Mamie H. Johnson to rezone 2.53 acres located at 540 Brogdon Road from AR1 to AR2 to allow for the creation of a home site, map number 319, parcel number 13 in the 3rd district. Motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Kiefer to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Next planning board hearing item is item 5. The planning board recommends approving an application by Leo M. Sullivan to rezone 3 acres located at 486 Whitaker Road from AR1 to AR2 to allow for the division of a parcel, map number 441A, parcel 14 in the 3rd district. This seems very similar to the last one, so
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is part of a subdivision. There were 2 lots combined. Now they want to separate them again. Staff recommends alternative 1.
okay. Anyone speaking in opposition to this? Rezoning from AR1 to AR2. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve with staff and planning board recommendations.
Have a motion, have a second?
Second. Sorry.
And second by Mr. Burdette to approve planning board, to approve with planning board and staff recommendations. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. We'll do the second reading of this item. Consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Leo M. Sullivan to rezone 3 acres located at 486 Whitaker Road from AR1 to AR2 to allow for the division of a parcel, map number 441A, parcel number 14 in the 3rd district. Motion for second reading?
I'll make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Floyd to approve second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Takes us to item number 7 in the planning board hearings. The planning board recommends approving an application by Rodney A. Durance and Gloria M. Durance. It's request to rezone 5 acres from AR1 to AR2 to allow for a 3-lot subdivision located at 290 Shirley Drive, map number 370C, parcel number 3 in the 4th district.
The applicants wish to create this parcel in the rear, and because of that, need to rezone the property to AR2. Because they're rezoning to AR2, they also need to separate the 2 existing mobile homes. So that is why it is a 3-lot subdivision and why it must be rezoned to AR2. Staff recommends alternative 1.
Okay. Anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this rezoning request? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing on that. Entertain a motion from the commission.
I'll make a motion to approve with staff and planning board recommendations.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Floyd to approve with planning board and staff recommendations. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. We'll do the second reading of this item. Consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Rodney A. Durance and Gloria M. Durance, request to rezone 5 acres from AR1 to AR2 to allow for a 3-lot subdivision located at 290 Shirley Drive, map number 370C, parcel number 3 in the 4th district. Motion?
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Floyd, to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously, and that one's done. If we've covered your item, you don't have to stay. If you want to slip out, we won't mind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Have a good night.
You too.
Item number 9 in the planning board hearings, the planning board recommends approving an application by Winston Hensley as agent for Vicky Hensley Fountain and Michael Fountain to rezone 12.66 acres located at 3033 Ebenezer Road and 550 Exley Road South from AR1 to AR2. Excuse me, from AR1 and AR2 to AR1 and AR2. Am I reading right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So, essentially what's going on here is that we have an AR2 and an AR1 lot, which will be combined, although you can see parts of the original parcel will get smushed together. Then they're cutting out 1.62 acres to create a home site for a family member. That will have to be AR2. So we're starting with one that's AR1 and AR2 and going to a different AR1 and AR2.
So the AR1, AR2, and the red's gonna be combined to an AR2.
So this piece right here is the original AR2 parcel.
Okay.
And this, which goes to a point right here, is the original AR1 parcel. So it's just a recombination that's impacting.
Each one has an AR1, AR2 component to it.
Correct.
That is confusing, I got you. All right, and this is at 333 Ebenezer Road and 550 Exley Road South to allow for the recombination of parcel 471, that's what you're doing, parcel number 22 and 49 in 4th District. Okay, I'll follow it now. All right. Is there any one tonight opening a public hearing speaking in opposition to this rezoning request? No one speaking in opposition, then we'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion from the board.
I'll make a motion to approve, planning board and staff recommendations.
Second. Second.
A motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Deloach to approve with planning board and staff recommendations. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously.
Thank you, sirs.
Okay.
Well, we gotta give you a second
Second
reading
reading.
here, technically.
It's not done till we do the second reading. We might change our mind.
I ain't gonna take up 2 hours.
We might change our mind. Might want to hang around. Consideration, second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Winston Hensley as agent for Vicky Hensley Fountain and Michael Fountain to rezone 12.66 acres located at 3033 Ebenezer Road and 550 Exley Road South from AR1 and AR2 to AR1 and AR2 to allow for the recombination of parcels, map number 471, parcel number 22 and 49, the 4th District. Motion?
Move to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Burdette to approve second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. You're done.
Have a good night.
Me too. Item number 11, under Planning Board hearings, the Planning Board recommends approving an application by Braley Investments as agent for Lamar Allen to rezone 15.32 of 96.42 acres located on Courthouse Road from AR1 to AR6 to allow for a 30-lot, single-family residential development, map number 390, parcel number 1 in the 4th District. I'm gonna let you address that one, since it's a R6.
So staff is recommending alternative 1 for approval. It is going to be a 30-lot development and served by City of Springfield for water and sewer. Let's see.
Okay,
That's about it.
all right, very good. Anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this rezoning request?
I have a question. Does our moratorium not affect this R6 at all? Or did it not address the R6?
This is
May have been
Springfield
applied,
water.
unless it was applied for before.
The pre-application meeting was held in April.
It was.
Is that what the issue was? It was before that?
I believe that,
Can, you know the answer to this, right?
Maybe, what was the question?
And forgive us, but Teresa's not here, so there was a moratorium on the rezoning because of some things we're trying to work out. Was the application for this in before, do we know?
I think it was.
That's my understanding.
it would have had to have been.
Well,
Yeah, in April, it would have been before.
Yes.
This would have beat the deadline if they had the pre-app
To
in
make
April.
sure we're not
we
Yeah.
approved it in May.
up against something we,
The
Yes,
moratorium was in
that-
May.
that's what I was just
Yeah.
thinking.
was made.
That's why, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
All right, do you have a motion?
Make a motion to approve with staff and planning board recommendations.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Floyd to approve with planning board staff recommendations. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Second reading of this item, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Braley Investments as agent for Lamar Allen to rezone 15.32 acres of 96.42 acres located on Courthouse Road from AR1 to R6 to allow for a 30-lot, single-family residential development, map number 390, parcel number 1 in the 4th District.
Make a recommendation to approve the second reading.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Floyd to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 13, under planning board hearings. No, this is sketch plan, sorry about that. The planning board recommends approving an application by Braley Investments as agent for
Excuse me,
Lamar
so-
Allen.
So we did it in May, application date's May 3rd on that.
Yeah, that's
So
what they said.
that was after,
That was before.
The pre-application meeting was in April.
oh, so it goes by pre-application, not the application date. Okay.
But I think even the May,
Well, even the May would have
Third
been
would
before
have
the
been
meeting.
before-
Would have been
before-
before the May
I just
meeting,
don't-
yeah.
I'm getting old, I don't remember dates as well as I used to.
All right, item number 13 is a sketch plan. The planning board recommends approving an application by Braley Investments as agent for Lamar Allen for approval of a sketch plan located on Courthouse Road for Housewood Subdivision Zone AR1. Proposed zoning R6, map number 390, parcel number 1 in the 4th District.
Yes, sir, this is Hoswood subdivision, again, 30 units, 14.32 total acres. And the density is proposed at 1.96 dwellings per gross acreage, 2.2 units per net acreage. There is one entrance, one exit. There is some allowance for stub outs for future connectivity. And staff will follow up with a notice to proceed summarizing requirements and recommendations. Staff is recommending alternative 1 approval.
How much green space do we have?
That was my question.
Travis Bazemore with EMC Engineering, speaking on behalf of the
Or I say
applicant.
green space, but I guess recreational space, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, so the requirement is it's called a common outdoor open space, and that's 15% of the net usable area. So the usable area is 13.92, so that comes out to about 2.09 And then the green space required is 10% of the net usable area, so that's 1.39. So for each, so 2.09 and 1.39, and we're providing 2.26 and 2.
So the light green can be used too?
Yeah, so
Okay.
the light green is a green space, and then your darker green would be like your recreational areas.
Okay.
Yep.
It's gonna have a rec field and then a playground.
Correct. That's what we're showing, yes, sir. And then it has some open field areas with benches for additional, and walking paths around the ponds.
Ponds.
Yeah, that lighter white line around each pond is a walking trail. Walking path.
Sidewalk or just cleared?
Typically, it could be concrete, but it might be like an asphalt type walkway or gravel, but it would be some type of path to use as walking for recreation.
This subdivision has the, what do you call it, sidewalks and all, everything?
Yes, sir, it will. It's kind of hard to see them, but we're showing them in there on both sides of the road.
How big are the lots, just curious?
They're about, if I can read the screen, about 0.2 acres.
How many?
0.20 acres.
20 acres. And there's plenty of off-street parking as far as in the house with the driveway?
Yeah, it'll be
and the garage?
typical garage and driveway, yes, sir.
Okay.
And then we've provided some parking areas at the end of the cul-de-sac for the recreation areas and at the mail kiosk area.
Yeah,
A
I see
couple of
those
parking
too.
spaces.
Okay. Any other questions? Do you have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the sketch plan.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Kiefer to approve the sketch plan. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes.
Thank you.
Item number 14 is a public hearing. The planning board recommends approving an application by Linda Sims as agent for Eric Edwards to rezone 7.01 acres located at 1204 Mill Pond Road from I-1 to B3 to allow for commercial development. This is map number 446, parcel number 7C in the 5th district.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So this property was zoned to industrial because it was thought at the time that that was most appropriate to the intended use. The buffers for I-1 proved to be punitive and disallowed for use of the property. So the applicant is seeking to rezone to B3, and then this is accompanied by a conditional use to allow for repair and painting of aviation parts in B3.
This one we looked at earlier?
This is one we,
It's been going around for a while. And
We
so I
asked
think
him to
we
go to
kind of,
B3.
we've tried it done.
we asked him to do
This
this.
is the one we asked.
Yeah, I think we gave him direction to
We
do
did.
this, right?
Look at
Exactly.
B3, he could do what
He's
he's
done
going to do with
exactly
that.
what-
Rather than variances on the buffers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I thought I
Yeah.
recognized that, yeah. I apologize not being on
We've
top of
had,
this.
we've had so many public hearings on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Okay, anyone in opposition to this B3 request tonight from I-1? In opposition? Okay. See no one in opposition, I'm gonna close the public hearing and see if there's a motion from the board.
Now make a motion to approve the rezoning.
Second?
A motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Burdette to approve the rezoning from I-1 to B3. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Do the second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Linda Sims as agent for Eric Edwards to rezone 7.01 acres located at 1204 Mill Pond Road from I-1 to B3 to allow for commercial development, map number 446, parcel number 7 in the 5th district. Second reading.
Yep. Make a motion to approve second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Deloach to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously.
Can you come on me? You have to ask
Item number 16.
Bill and Jamie. She couldn't tell who said what.
Okay, I'm sorry. The motion was Mr.
I made the
Kiefer.
motion and
Mr.
Commissioner
Deloach
Deloach
made
seconded.
the second. Okay. Item number 16, the planning board recommends approving an application by Linda Sims as agent for the Eric Edwards for a conditional use located at 1204 Mill Pond Road to allow for the repair and painting of aviation parts in B3, zoned I1. Proposed zoning B3, map number 446, parcel number 7C in the 5th district.
Yes, so aviation parts are not specifically described as a conditional use anywhere. The closest we could get in spirit was automotive paint and body shops, which are a conditional use in B3, and we feel mirror the activity level and intensity of use. Staff recommends alternative 1.
Okay. Anyone speaking in opposition to this rezoning? Currently I1 going to B3. Any discussion from the board or questions?
Make a motion to approve the conditional use as presented.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Burdette to approve the conditional use. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 17 is second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Linda Sims as agent for Eric Edwards for a conditional use located at 1204 Mill Pond Road to allow for the repair and painting of aviation parts in B3 zoning, zone I1, proposed zoning B3, map number 446, parcel number 7C in the 5th district.
Make a motion to approve second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Deloach to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. And last item on the planning board tonight is the planning board recommends approving an application for Linda Sims as agent for Eric Edwards for a sketch plan located at 1204 Mill Pond Road for Action Overhead Door Warehouses, zoned I1, proposed B3, map number 446, parcel number 7C in the 5th district.
Yes, this property is in the Springfield Water and Sewer Service Delivery Area, but will be served by private well and septic. The site consists of 2 buildings. Initially, there are plans for a future 3,250 square foot building. There will be a 30-foot vegetative buffer included between the AR and B districts and a 50-foot vegetative buffer between B and industrial. Staff has been working with the applicants on this, discussing buffers, stormwater management, and site development review process. The site will access Ebenezer Road. It will not access Mill Pond Road. Staff recommends alternative number 1, approval.
Any questions, discussion, or a motion?
Make a motion to approve the sketch plan as presented.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Burdette to approve the sketch plan. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously, and that concludes our planning board items tonight. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah, go through these, yeah.
Yeah, okay. We're on item number 12 in the new business. We're gonna push through. Okay. Item number 12, consideration to approve change order 1 with DPR Architecture associated with the Prison Maintenance Building and Fire Station 15 construction services.
Take your time.
This as awkwardly as possible.
Oh.
Mr. Chairman, this is Eric Larson, County Engineer. This one, I'm reading over here from the corner here. This is simply a revision to the existing design contract with DPR Architects. We awarded them 6 buildings a couple years ago for design and construction management services. With all the trouble we had with Station 15, we had to add additional services for the architect. And then we are doing a redesign of one of the other projects, the maintenance building for the prison, to accommodate some changes in proposed use and needed use since the project was originally designed. So the change order's amount of $65,900, and staff's recommending approval, alternate one for approval.
Any question, discussion, or motion for alternative one?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Kiefer for alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Wish we could get the pizza and pass it around to everybody so we could eat. While we meet. That's what I'd like to do. Item 13, consideration to approve a contract with Advanced Environmental Management Incorporated in the amount of $2,800 to prepare an application to the Georgia Department of Natural Resources to seek reimbursement for expenses related to monitoring the Watts Road landfill.
Yes, sir. Again, Eric Larson, County Engineer. Georgia has a trust fund that reimburses communities like ours for some of the expenses of post-closure care for landfills. Advanced Environmental Management's been on contract for us for several years doing our post-closure care. And for a $2,800 fee, they will submit an application for those funds. They've estimated that we could get as much as $70,000 back from previous expenses.
Right.
So alternate one is to approve the change order request, or excuse me, the contract.
Yep, motion for alternative one.
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Deloach for alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 14, consideration to approve change order number 2 of the contract with EMC Engineering Services Incorporated for design changes associated with Savannah Gateway Industrial Hub.
Again, Eric Larson, County Engineer. We have EMC under contract doing that design. The developers, Omnitrax, have moved the location of the Gateway Parkway as part of their master planning. And a portion of this force main project followed the right-of-way of Savannah Gateway as it made its way from Hodgeville to Effingham Parkway, because the force main follows the right-of-way of Hodgeville Road, Gateway Parkway, Effingham Parkway, excuse me. So with them moving Gateway Parkway, we have to do a slight redesign on a portion of that line. This change order in amount of $28,000 covers all that new survey design and easement acquisition.
Can't make Omnitrax pay for it since they moved it.
This is exactly what I was thinking. Why aren't they paying
Question,
for
I
it?
don't have an answer for you. We've been working with them. We're aware of it. We have not asked them for reimbursement on this expense.
Are they gonna, they're not gonna access that force main, are they?
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
Omnitrax does tap that force main in 2 locations.
well,
They've cost us $28,000 because they moved Gateway Boulevard.
cost us, yeah.
Gateway
20 grand.
Parkway, yes, sir.
Anyway, might wanna check into them on that and see what their thoughts are. Do you have a motion to approve alternative one?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Deloach, approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes
I'd like to
unanimously.
look into that, though, if you would.
Yeah.
Okay.
Item 15, consideration to approve the proposed list of roadways for speed ordinances as submitted by the Georgia Department of Transportation. Posted speed limits on all roads in the county for use by law enforcement for the approval use of speed detection devices.
Eric Larson, County Engineer. This is an annual renewal of listing of the posted speed limits for all public roads within the county, including the state roads. We have reviewed the list, and it is consistent with the previous list. There haven't been any changes. We're recommending approval. Alternate one.
Motion for alternative one.
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Deloach for alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 16, under new business, consideration to approve to amend policy number 05-22, frontage lots on county-maintained roads pertaining to properties abutting right-of-ways to include new standards for access control and to establish guidance for Old Augusta corridor. I think we all know what this is about.
Yes, sir.
It's getting in line with our parkway guidance, right?
Yes, sir. We amended this policy in February to include Effingham Parkway. We're requesting another amendment tonight to clarify corner properties, access on corner properties, and also to add the same type of planning on Old Augusta Road. We have right-of-way for 4. It's a 2-lane road now. So
Right.
when it widens to 4, we want to implement the same access control standards as we've adopted for Effingham County, or Effingham Parkway, excuse me.
The only concern I have, and I think you may have answered this earlier in executive session, but I see construction going on along Old Augusta Road, as we all do. Now, is this throwing any of those current jobs a curveball, or, I mean, is this causing an issue where we've approved things and now we're saying you gotta do something different, or this is just brand-new projects that's coming up?
Well, we've been working with those folks
Okay.
on with these discussions,
Okay.
and most of them are kind of voluntarily trying to work with us to line up their intersections.
Okay.
So we haven't run into a problem as of yet.
Okay, I just wanna make sure we weren't, throwing anybody a curveball, so that's,
Don't cause issues.
yeah.
Well, it is subject to our our access management plan, just not as a 4-lane road. Since it is a collector road, it is subject to some of the rules. This just makes it subject to the 4-lane road rules.
Okay.
Okay. Motion?
Mr. Chairman, Brett Bennett, Stephanie. Just a quick question. The first sentence I read, and I just want to make sure I'm interpreting it correct, is it's to provide guidance for conditions of rezonings, and it would not, my understanding would not apply to previously rezoned properties.
Right.
Just, that's the way it appears to be. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. Motion for alternative 1?
I'll make a motion to approve alternative 1.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Burdette for alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 17, consideration to approve a change order to the contract with Pond Company for 2020 Transportation Master Plan to add the Old Augusta Road area to the traffic model and to study the impacts. If we've all looked at this agenda, which I have, I'm gonna try to streamline this if you don't mind. Is there any question, discussion from anybody on the board on this?
No.
If not, then I entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Deloach to approve as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 18, consideration to approve change order to contract with Pond Company for 2020 Transportation Master Plan to add the east-west corridor area to the traffic model study, traffic impact. I'm just going to entertain a motion for this unless you have a question about this.
Make a motion to approve alternative 1.
Motion by Mr. Burdette to approve alternative 1.
Second.
Second by Mr. Deloach. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, this next item, I need to step down. This agreement is with a corporation owned by my brothers.
Okay. If clerk will note that Mr. Kiefer has stepped away from the Commissioner Board table. Item number 19 is consideration to approve to amend to an existing easement agreement with 21 South Properties related to Clarence Morgan Park and Josh Reddick Way.
Mr. Chairman, it's Eric Larson, County Engineer. 21 South Properties is developing the self-storage that's adjacent to Clarence Morgan Gym. They access that property using the entrance to the Clarence Morgan Park. We have an existing easement in place with them, but it did not define the location of the access. Now that their development plan is approved by the City of Springfield and they're under construction, they wanted to graphically show the location of the driveway as part of the easement agreement. The amendment does that. We're
Okay.
recommending approval.
All righty. Any questions, discussion, or a motion for alternative 1?
Make a motion to approve alternative 1.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette for alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. And clerk will note that Mr. Kiefer is returning to the table. For item number 20, consideration to approve to reward a design, build, construct construction contract to Rain and Shine to construct a restroom facility at Veterans Park.
Again, it's Eric Larson, County Engineer. We are using the grant funds that was received by the park board from planners in the amount of $25,000 to build a single family style, single stalled restroom in the parking lot at Veterans Memorial Park. It will have a match from the county of approximately, I think it's $4,500 for the water and sewer tap to tie it in to the water and sewer system that's there along the road.
Okay.
It's called design build because we're basically building it to mimic what is in other parks. We didn't feel the need to hire an architect and do a design. We're just building what's in the other parks, and Rain and Shine has proposed a building similar.
Is it a big deal to have a men's and women's? That much cost difference, or?
Well, it doubles the cost because it's
Well,
twice as
effectively.
big. Yes, sir. Yeah. It's a single stalled, family style restroom, so.
I mean, it's awesome what planners did. That's cool.
Do you have a motion for alternative one?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Floyd for alternative one. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 21 under new business is an agreement consideration to approve a cost share agreement with Greenland Developers to reconstruct the intersection of Noel C. Conaway and Colic Helmy Road to facilitate the entrance to a proposed development on Helmy Track and establish adequate water, sewer, and reuse capacity for the proposed development.
Mr. Chairman, again, it's Eric Larson, County Engineer. You'll remember the Hemley track that got rezoned, I guess late last year. It's south side of Highway 30 at the Colic-Hemley intersection. This agreement does basically two things. The first is the intersection. With our T-Splosh money to reconstruct that intersection, we were proposing to build that with improved turn lanes. This will be a design of a roundabout with four legs, basically, with the fourth leg being the entrance to the subdivision. Through this agreement, the developer Greenland will hire the engineer and the contractor with reimbursement from the county. We've capped that at $2 million based on preliminary design estimates and construction cost estimates we've received from the developer's engineer. The second part of it is to give the developer some assurance of capacity for water and sewer and reuse as they build out. Those are defined in the timeframes are defined in that draft agreement that's in your packet. It's 30 ERUs per month once they start construction to the maximum 340 that's allowed by their zoning.
But no earlier than
July 1st.
of
July
next
1st
year.
next year.
Why are we allowing them to design three of the entire thing versus we design it like, or whatever, however we've done it in the past, and they pay us for their one leg? You see what I'm saying?
That's a good question.
Well, I mean, seriously, why is a developer that's on Highway 17 and Colic Helmy Road, and they need one leg going in their development, we're reimbursing them for the entire amount? Why aren't we designing it?
Well, it's not for the entire amount. They're covering a great deal of this. We're essentially putting in what we would have put in for turn lanes, which is all we budgeted for that intersection improvement.
How are they doing on Highway 30?
What?
This is Highway 30 in Colic County, right?
Well, they have to get approval from GDOT. The design has to be approved by GDOT, and they have to do all the coordination on that. We just figured it's a lot more efficient to have them do it than us do it.
Okay. I mean, if there's this cost savings or reason, I'm just curious why they're doing that versus we're doing it, then letting them put a leg on.
Right.
GDOT didn't build it.
No, GDOT doesn't build it. They build it, but we just contribute towards it.
I learned something. I didn't know we could do work on
Brett Bennett, technically, the agreement states we will hire the engineer, design it. The county will actually be the applicant to GDOT with the approved plans that come back. So the county's technically the applicant to do the encroachment permit, but we will be funding the contractor per, I think that was the request from the county to structure it this way. I don't, not to complicate, I don't think we have a preference either way, but I think there was a speed to delivery that the private sector can tend to do a little quicker than,
The GDOT, it'd be built to their standards and
Correct.
it's their highway. To me, it solves one of the things you've been asking about, getting something
Yeah, I
going
mean,
right
it
about-
does, you know, as long as that cost share is in there for that fourth leg, because essentially we would have built one with three.
so in essence, we,
All we're paying is, what I heard was the turn lane cost that we were gonna have. Is that what you're
What we
saying?
budgeted in T-Splost, right?
The way the
Turn lane
agreement is
cost is much
structured,
less than $2 million.
the way the agreement is
Let me ask
written,
a stupider question. So just for that third leg, it only cost $142,000 more out of a $2 million deal.
the way, it was two cost estimates done, one for what the county had planned and one for what the additional cost would be with the fourth leg.
To design it and build it.
I think the construction was limited, was the
Design-
140.
Design and construct. Okay.
Design and construct's 2 million.
So one turn lane was $2 million?
No, your three-legged roundabout.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that turn lane was estimated at like 1.2.
See what I'm saying?
It's-
That just seems odd to me that I just want it all to be equitable.
A three-legged roundabout, okay.
Yeah.
Three-legged is 1.8 million, and to add that, all the other, 25% more is 142,000.
Cause if GDOT did this, if they saw that was needed, they'd pay for the whole thing.
Yeah, but they did an analysis of this intersection, and it's not what what they recommended on it, was turn lanes and that the county cover the cost of that. But I think everybody knows on that intersection that anything that has a stop sign there, is gonna cause a backup. And so we want to put a continuous flow mechanism in there, which would be the roundabout. But GDOT's not going to do it.
All right, how do we know that this is the best price? Because we didn't control the bidding and the,
It's just based on cost estimates at this point. The proportionate share, once the project is bid, will be split based on the proportionate share.
So you guys
Who's
are
gonna
gonna,
control
you're
that?
gonna share 25%, is that the deal?
We have to get plans drawn up, submitted to the county, approved by the county, bid.
We already know we already have a good idea on what we're doing two up the road. Now, GDOT may have some additional requirements on this, but we should be able to have a pretty good idea of of whether it's a good cost estimate or not.
I think we need to do this on a percentage basis if we're gonna do it this way. Okay, we'll do 75% of it, it's 4 legs, you do 25% of it, whatever that is, it is.
We can do that. We have to negotiate it with
Fair and
the
equitable, we're just quoting
applicant,
numbers.
so.
But this doesn't exist in this.
I mean, if it
agreement.
speeds it up, there's a value there. I understand that. I just, I thought the state would be doing it, but that's wasn't on the.
Well, when we had it up here, I knew that Greenland would have to go to extents to get this fast forwarded.
Right.
So where they could put that in and we could line them up and all that. That was part of when they presented it, that was part of the deal of, hey, we're gonna go to that, we're gonna do all these different things, and so, because it's a big project. So that was my understanding that, you guys were gonna handle that one way or another, which I'm fine sharing in 75% of the cost, because I feel like we had eventually done a 3-way roundabout anyway, eventually.
It's just, and I guess it's just that it's not a straight 75% just because it's 3 legs versus 4. I mean, if you build the roundabout, all you're adding for what would access this property is some additional turn lanes off of the roundabout. If the county's intent, and that's the way this is stated, it's the county's intent to build a 3-legged roundabout, the additional cost on the developer is that additional leg, whatever that cost may be. So what we did was a cost estimate of at the request of the county, a cost estimate of the 3-legged roundabout and a cost estimate of 4-legged roundabout.
I don't doubt you, just 142,000 doesn't buy much asphalt. I mean, all our roads, nothing's coming in under.
I mean,
if it is.
What we were gonna do is do turn lanes. If we'd have done a roundabout, it'd have been.
No, I'm incorrect. That's originally what GDOT recommended. Eric just corrected me on that. However, our transportation master plan, when they reviewed that intersection, that's when they recommended a 3-legged roundabout. So GDOT recommended turn lanes 3 years ago. Our master plan recommended a 3-legged roundabout 2 years
I think we
ago.
were gonna upgrade that. but
Yeah.
I knew it was gonna be well down the road
Sure.
as well. It would be fast forward for this.
The roundabout's the way to go. I
Yeah,
just want,
I have no
I
doubt.
want the,
Well, and I hear what Mr. Bennett's saying, that, and if we had a three-leg roundabout, we'd have the roundabout. So all that's gonna be is the leg, but that cost will be distinctly by linear foot of.
Correct. I mean, we have full cost estimates, unit prices.
Those roads are done by
That's all
linear
I think
foot on
needs to be out
base
there
and
in the
everything
public.
else.
I don't,
So they should be
Yeah.
determining exactly what that leg, because
Yeah,
we're
I
gonna
mean, I
build
get
this
that.
anyway.
You know, we'd have probably done this thing 5 years from now instead of a year, you know? Be really fast
Maybe
forward.
not. We got a lot coming up. We need to get that transportation going.
No, I'd love to, but, you know, we've got so many other things to do. And my experience being on this board, it takes a long time to do stuff.
They're gonna do this one.
That's
I mean,
what I'm saying. We're funding that now.
At the end of the day, this is structured in a manner, whatever the cost ends up being, we are paying our proportionate share. It's not a fixed amount. It's not what we've determined now. That's just what we're, guesstimating based on the cost estimates at this point.
Okay.
I'm good. I just,
The question is,
I'm
do
not a
you,
numbers guy, but I can see.
the question is,
I
do
know
you
what
want to
numbers
delay
are.
it?
Look equitable.
But, Mr. Britton, the question is, do you want to delay it and just do the turn lanes now and save maybe $1.5 million? Or do you want to go ahead and invest where you got someone doing that leg?
I agree with that, the
No, it
time
needs
it
to
is,
be
but I'm
done.
just
If
saying,
this-
we're fast forwarded
Yeah.
to some degree anyway, because, you know, we wouldn't even have the turn
Okay.
lanes done, so.
All right, that's good discussion. We have a motion.
I make a motion to approve alternative one.
And I'll second it.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Floyd to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. That was item number 25, right?
Yeah, that's the certificate of distribution for lost. Is that right?
Item number 26, consideration to reappoint Kay.
Nope, 25.
22.
Did I miss one?
22.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
22.
saw we did 23, 24 earlier. Let me change my notes here. Okay. All right, 22, consideration to approve a certificate of distribution of local option sales tax disbursement between the county and its municipalities.
Mr. Chairman, every 10 years after the decennial census, state of Georgia requires us to meet with our city partners to discuss the distribution of the local option sales tax. We've started the process, I believe, the formal process back in May, if I'm correct on that. We've had 2 additional meetings. We've discussed a percentage that's loosely based on the population percentages, but taking into consideration some of the requests of our city partners. The original proposal that we had, although they've come back to us with some counter proposals, is the certificate that's included in your packet, which had Effingham County at 74%, Guyton at 3.67%, Springfield at 4.76%, and Rincon at 17.57%. I will say that from meetings as recent as this morning, a general agreement from all 3 parties is that if the county would be willing to do the 73%, there's a few decimal points that they're trying to work out between the rest of them, but that they can come to an agreement on the distribution between the 3 cities of the remainder of the 27%. So we can either just voice support for 73% and tell them to come back, or approve this certificate and send it to them, voice support for the 73% and tell them to come back to us with their final numbers for the individual cities. We have to the end of the year on this, so we're actually, as other counties and cities go, we're probably ahead of schedule. But that's where we stand on the process.
I don't know if we have to end the year.
What?
But we had, like, 90 days or something?
I thought we were already past our time.
We're past our
limit.
time for going into mediation, but
okay.
I don't think we are,
Oh, the
we're
state's
headed in
not
that
looking for
direction.
Certificate
Yeah.
till then.
Yeah.
As long as no one files.
Yeah,
an
as long as we
action.
don't go into mediation and then we're able to
I got you.
negotiate with them without a mediator, then we should meet our timeline.
Is anybody on the board got any?
What was the number we came, Commissioner Deloach and I were in that last meeting. What was the last number that was talked about?
They said
From the, you know,
they
the
said if
county?
we took 73, Guyton would take 4, Springfield would take 5, and then Rankin would take 18.
Give me those numbers again, because I wasn't there. I was in.
Rankin said they would take 18, Springfield would take 5, and Guyton would take 4. I could go as in deep a conversation as y'all want to go in, but I would support the 73%. But I would like to add a condition on the motion that the cities have a unanimous decision, whatever their outcome is. I don't want to. I think this is very generous on our part. The money's staying within the county. I know that Guyton specifically, if they can get some additional money, they desperately need another office staff person. This will help them fund that. As we know, Springfield has definitely got challenges with the latest census numbers. I didn't realize it. I knew they were looking at getting those numbers looked at again, but even if they do find out there was a mistake, they can't realize those corrected numbers until the next census. So regardless, they're stuck for 10 years with what they got. So that would be my recommendation. I did, if I'm not misquoting the county attorney, we did have a conversation. He did believe that we could make a motion. This is a negotiation. So what we'd be saying is, hey, we will do 73% if y'all will come to a unanimous decision.
On the 27.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to make a comment, but let's get a motion for that first. Motion
It's an absolute concession on our part, given
I'm gonna make
that
that
1%.
comment.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause
It's actually 2.41% on our behalf, but it's an understanding that the cities, particularly Springfield in this case, have some needs and they're challenged.
I'm gonna add some comments in a minute too.
You want me to make that motion now, or you want me to wait?
I understand your motion, Mr. Deloach, is to approve 73% for the county of the local option sales tax, as long as the 27% is a unanimous distribution agreement by the cities.
That's correct.
Got to be unanimous. Okay. Do you have a second?
Second it.
All right, so motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Burdette. Now, before we vote, I want to say this. This is very generous, because I want, when it's given to them, and I would like it to go in our social media public that we've done this, because what is the incorporated areas digest percentage?
It was right around, it's in the 75% number, but I don't have the.
That's our digest. What's this incorporated share?
They're around 20 to 25%.
25%? So they're getting
But you're talking population or digest?
digest.
Okay, I
So-
thought the digest was larger. Okay.
Yeah, so they're getting 52% of this money. I know it got tweaked based on the actual dollars related to population and all, but roughly they're getting more than unincorporated areas, because they're getting a rollback for this 25%, and then they're gonna get 27% to spend however they wanna spend it. And we have to spend ours strictly on rolling back the taxes for all our constituents. But I think I talked to the manager, it's 136,000, 1%. I like what you said, they can use it, they need it, but I want them to really realize this is a huge concession by the Board of Commissioners. I don't bet there's not a county across the state of Georgia that's providing
Well,
this.
now, I think or I hope, and I'd like to think that it does put some goodwill on our side,
Yeah,
going forward in the future.
it should, it should.
Yeah.
I know what we went through 10 years ago.
I know.
Yeah.
Spent a fortune fighting.
And that's the crazy thing is, we pay what, 75.41% of if we went to mediation?
Yeah, we gotta pay most of the mediation
I
costs.
mean, that's crazy.
Yep. Well, it's a great concession, it's a good motion, and I would be for it. So I have a motion by Mr. Loach, second Mr. Burdette. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. I'll make one last comment. If they don't accept this, go back
74.
to population.
74. Yeah,
Go back to
population.
population. But hopefully this is a continuation of good relations with our cities. All right, item number 25. Is that where we're at? Consideration to approve a petition requesting annexation as submitted by the city of Rincon for the property located along Old Augusta Road owned by Mill Creek Preserve, map number 475, parcel number 58 in the 5th District. Who's gonna address that? Ms. Clerk?
I can do this. This is,
Annexation from Rincon?
Oh,
yeah.
So this property, Mr. Chairman, is contiguous. It's the Mill Creek Preserve, right at the corner.
And it's contiguous with probably the Old Augusta property, right?
With Grandview property.
Grandview property, yep. Mhm. Okay. Any questions, discussion from anyone on the board? Because that's the way annexation should go, contiguous. Yep. Do I have a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Floyd to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 26, consideration to reappoint Kay Jones to the Department of Family and Children's Services Board as representative for the 2nd District. Motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, second, Mr. Floyd, to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 27, consideration to approve appointment of a member to the Library Board of Live Oak Libraries. Of members to the Library Board. We're just gonna approve them as a bulk? Is that what we're doing?
Yes, sir, we can. So the term of office for Brenda Helmy and Kelly Laracy and Jan Jackson all expired on June 30th. Brenda Helmy and Jan Jackson have opted out and no longer wishes to be appointed or a member of the board. So the recommendations from the library director is for Bridget Neesmith and Hank Keller to replace, Neesmith will replace Jan Jackson and Mr. Heller will replace Ms. Brenda Helmy. So Jackson is for the 3rd District and Helmy is for the 5th District.
And reappoint Kelly
And
Laracy.
reappoint Kelly Laracy.
And what district is that?
She is,
She lives in Guyton.
She would have to be the 3rd, maybe the 1st.
Neesmith's
They live in
third.
downtown Guyton.
I'll have to pull it up. Did you
Okay.
have to pull it up?
It is the right district. Okay. Make sure we got the right appointments. All right. How about a motion for alternative one?
I make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Floyd for alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. And I think that concludes all the business.
We have one more added.
We do, we have to add it, that's right. Number 28, right-of-way.
Consideration to approve a right-of-way entry letter to Georgia Power.
Okay.
Do we have that?
Add it to it. It's in your folder.
At the beginning of the meeting.
No, we just need a motion
You didn't give us that? Okay,
don't see
we
that.
have that. All right, see-
I'm sorry, I thought it was
I
the
think it-
Megasite.
Yeah, can I get a motion on that? That's all we need.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Loach, second by Mr. Floyd. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, does that conclude all the business other than reports? I missed anything? All right, how about staff? Do you have any reports you want to make so you can?
Do not. I do have a couple of minor things for executive session to discuss, but other than that, I don't want to hold things up.
Okay. Anything from any other staff or anyone else before we dismiss? All right. Need a motion to go in executive session.
Well-
Just timelines, Scuffletown and school.
Okay, so school's August 3rd, that the turn lanes will be completed. Scuffletown, what was it, July
Monday.
25th?
They're gonna start Monday.
Monday, July 25th, next Monday.
Of course, that's gonna run into the school year. Any idea on a completion date? It's gonna be chaos. I mean, it's gonna be bad.
It takes longer, I can tell you that.
If you got just 1 second, I'll pull it up. They gave me I'll send the calendar to Tim and Stephanie and have them forward it out to you. They gave me a road by road blow of how, start, stop each road.
Completion, start. Okay.
I've got that Excel
That'd be great.
spreadsheet.
Just I can.
All the way
Feel
from the
the pulse
first
for a
road
little
with the
while.
Scuffletown to the last road with this Corinth church.
Any other,
I'm sorry, wait.
any other commissions?
Yeah, I've recently talked to two of our planning board members, and again, they have asked if at some point soon we could have a workshop specifically to talk about buffers. They realize there's other things we need to talk about, but they say they think that'll make their lives and our lives a lot easier because that keeps coming up.
Why don't they come up
So-
Thursday when we're talking about density?
Yeah, I thought that's what they were doing. I
Yeah.
mentioned that to Dave Burns, that buffers could be a part of that discussion.
Absolutely.
He wants a separate.
That's a 2-hour session Thursday night.
Which Thursday?
This Thursday.
This Thursday got the growth.
That's for growth and density,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, I think because it wasn't titled on there, I don't think that was communicated well. Yeah.
And we could also go ahead and schedule, invite them to maybe 30 minutes before our next meeting for a workshop.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be. on the
I
same
just
night.
want more communication. I just get frustrated with this. It's real easy, and it just seems like it just doesn't happen. But I'll
How much-
stop with that.
Y'all think 30 minutes or an hour? But we might have some other things. Let's do an hour. Let's do it 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I would,
Yeah.
because it always gets longer than you
Yeah,
think.
well, listen, because we may have something else we can discuss as well. So let's invite them to our next meeting at 4 o'clock to discuss.
That'd be great. Greatly appreciate
You got
that.
that? All right. Any of the board got anything else before we go into executive session? Have a motion to go into executive session?
Make a motion to go into executive session to discuss personnel, property, and pending litigation.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Burdette to go into executive session. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, we are in executive session.
And I wish,
Rolls off the tongue.
I wouldn't,